visitor, family, volunteer, judge, spectator, and the livestock you have entrusted in our care. Keep everyone safe throughout today's events and grant each competitor confidence, humility, and grace regardless of the outcome. Lord, we thank you for our military, our veterans, law enforcement, firefighters, ambulance, and our first responders. Please watch over them and their families as they faithfully serve and protect others. We also ask for your continued blessings upon our land, send the rain where it's needed, nourish our crops and pastures, provide
put together, raising a great calf. Got to absolutely love the quality of udder that she brings to the table, and doing a really good job raising that calf. Nothing against the young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in second. She's extremely good. She's got a good calf on the ground. Just maybe like to make that one quarter a little bit more productive in the milk area, but overall really.
Results for Class 1. Champion Class 1, Mr. Casey Bruni. Any reserve champion Class 1, Ms. Keely Dahlmeyer. Now entering the ring is Class 2. These are cows born after May 1st, 2024. Cows born after May 1st, 2024. 3 entries. Exhibitor 002, Charlie Poe. Exhibitor 003, Briley McKee. And Exhibitor 005, Hayden Williams.
Young ladies heifer that's going to go ahead and start off to win the class, I think, is just an extremely good female. You've really got to appreciate the upheadedness in this female and how she lays out of her shoulder. Extremely level, moves well, uber feminine, and raising a really, really nice calf. Be exciting to see her in the lineup. This heifer that's going to go ahead and come in second, I think, is kind of a flip of a coin. She's the stouter made female, and you really have to appreciate that about her. Love the bone, love the power, but maybe just like to make her a little bit more feminine, maybe smooth her up in some areas, but really, really nice duo of females. Heifer that's going to go, or cow that's going to go ahead and come in third. She's a really, really nice female. Young man's doing a great job getting her set up. Just like to make a combination of the two heifers in front of her. Maybe smooth her out, maybe stout her up here a little bit there. But it's still a really extremely good performing female. Is doing a good job raising a great calf.
Results for Class 2. Third, Exhibitor 5, Hayden Williams. Reserve Champion Class 2, Exhibitor 2, Charlie Poe. And your champion Class 2, Exhibitor number 3, Briley McKee. Now entering the ring is Class 3. These are cows born from April 1st of 24 to April 30th of 24. 3 exhibitors. Exhibitor 06, Sophia Garza. Exhibitor 08, Taylor Drinkwine. And Exhibitor 09, Isabel Suits.
female that's going to go ahead and lead off the class today, I think, is one that's the most balanced out of the three. I think she's a little bit more maternal in her make, too. Got to really love how deep flanked and deep rib she is, and her back 1/3 of her quarter. Up in her front end, she got to really appreciate how smooth made she is, how long fronted she is, and she's doing a great job with a great udder. Young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in second, I think is kind of a flip of a coin between the other two. But if you look at this female, you really got to appreciate her length of spine, overall udder quality, and overall look. Young lady's heifer that's going to come in third, really like the heifer. She's the smoothest made, really feminine kind of female out of this. Just like to make her a little bit deeper in that rib shape. But overall, really nice set of pairs here just to go into her third class.
Results for Class 3. Third, Exhibitor 08, Taylor Drinkwine. Reserve Champion Class 3, Exhibitor 09, Isabel Suits. And your champion Class 3, Exhibitor 06, Sophia Garza. We'll start our Division 1 cow-calf pair drive. Entering the ring will be the champion from Class 1, Casey Bruni. Your champion from Class 2 be Briley McKee. And your champion from Class 3, Sophia Garza. Also entering will be reserve champion from Class 1, Exhibitor 854, Keely Dahlmeyer. Reserve champion from Class 2, Exhibitor 02, Charlie Poe. And your reserve from Class 3, Exhibitor 09, Isabel Suits.
Really impressive lineup here. I think a lot to be said about the Beefmasters and how good of a job they are at doing and pushing productivity in these females. It's a good sight to see this many pairs out here and this quality. I think it's really impressive. Going to go ahead and start talking off the young man's female up front. I think a really nice, productive, good female. Really got a lot of good pieces that you got to appreciate about her. Really overall, really nice female. We'll like to see how she stacks up against the other two, but when it comes to terms of just overall quality and productive, this is the kind of cow you'd want to see out in the pasture. Overall, she got a great udder, calved at an early age, and really nice female. Looks good, looks the part. Young lady's heifer or cow that's going to come in the second class. I think once she hits the ring, you can't hardly miss her. I mean, this female is extremely impressive. Really up-headed, really feminine, really pretty, real well put together, bold in her shape of rib. You get behind her, she's got pretty much everything you want. Doing a good job raising that calf. Young lady's heifer or cow that's going to go ahead and come in the third class, I think is a really nice, good, productive female, and you got to really appreciate the calf side that she's raising and the job that she's doing as a cow. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and take one more look and go out and select your champion or your reserve champion. Young ladies heifer that we bring out in second from our second class of the day sure is doing a great job showing that cow. I think she as she gets older, gets a little more weight behind her, she can be pretty dangerous on the stick. She already is, but really nice, productive, good female. Really got to like a lot about her. You got to love how bold she is in the rib and how powerful she is. A little bit different, a little bit more powerful female, but still bringing really good quality overall to our champion lineup here. I'll go ahead and take one more look and select a reserve champion.
Your Division I reserve champion cow-calf pair comes out of Class 2, Exhibitor 02, Charlie Poe. Your Division I champion cow-calf pair comes out of Class 2, Exhibitor 03, Briley McKee. Now entering the ring is Class 6. These are cows born March 1st to March 31st of 2024. 5 entries. We have Exhibitor 012, Priscilla Roberts. Exhibitor 013, Lane Seal. Exhibitor 014, Bella McCoy. Exhibitor 015, Ella Taylor. And Exhibitor 017, Emmy Dahlmeyer.
female to go ahead and start off our class here sure does a great job. As soon as she hits the ring, you can't miss her. I think an extremely feminine, good female that gets out on the move and walks well. Got to really appreciate the udder quality and how level her teats are, and look at the calves that she's raising inside. Heifer that comes in cow that comes in second here, maybe just a tick too big for me, but you really got to appreciate how good uddered she is and how well she's made. Female that's going to go ahead and come in third, I think if we could level out that bag and the back two teats, she may rise higher in the class. She's doing a great job and got a good calf at side and going to be a great productive female. Female that's going to go ahead and come off in fourth, we just like to drop her down in her flank, maybe give a little more boldness of rib and more shape. Female that's going to go ahead and round out the class, I think, is one that's really nice, got lots of length of body, extremely level from front to rear, and has a good calf and a good udder at side. Maybe just like to drop her down to that chest and maybe give her more flank, but overall, really nice set of pairs that we have here in this class.
Results for Class 6. Fifth, Exhibitor 017, Emmy Dahlmeyer. Fourth, Exhibitor 014, Bella McCoy. Third, Exhibitor 015, Ella Taylor. Reserve Champion Class 6, Exhibitor 013, Lane Seal. And Champion Class 6, Exhibitor 012, Priscilla Roberts. Hattie Lawson, Exhibitor 025, Hattie Lawson. Your class is entering the ring. Now entering the ring will be Class 7. These are cows born February 1st to February 29th of 2024. 10 entries. Exhibitor 018, Cale Tassin. Exhibitor 019, Adley McQuistion. Exhibitor 021, Parker Dugan. Exhibitor 022, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 023, Levi Heffron. Exhibitor 025, Hattie Lawson. Exhibitor 027, Keely Dahlmeyer. Exhibitor 028, Caden Waits. Exhibitor 029, Eden Leva. And Exhibitor 030, Kaylee Beeson.
Young ladies pair that's going to go ahead and start off the class. I got to say one thing. This is really impressive. I think all you parents should be very, very congratulated for how good of a job y'all are doing. You just see this many pairs at a show is really impressive. That's a good job. You hardly ever see this many pairs at any national show, period. But a really impressive sight just to see here, completely blown away at the quality as well. But young lady's female that's going to go ahead and start off the class for us today. I think when she hits the ring, she's pretty hard to miss. She's extremely up-fronted. She's extremely feminine. You got to love the maternal look to her. How much spring of rib and boldness and shape she has there. Really level from udder and small teat size. When you get behind her, she doesn't leave anything behind. Got to love the calf side as well. Young lady's female that's going to go ahead and come in second, I think, is extremely nice. Just maybe like to level out those front two teats on her and just maybe level out that bag a touch. And she maybe plays higher in the class, but still a really, really nice pair. Young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in third, I think, is one you call fault-free. She moves well. She's really good. She's very complete. She just gets outpowered by the other ones in front of her. Obviously, she's doing a fantastic job as a cow as well, but you look at the bull calf at side, I mean, I don't think any good cowmen in this country wouldn't want that pair in their pastures, how good and productive this female is. Young man's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in fourth, I think is just a really, really nice cow. I just like to see maybe a little more production out of that udder to raise higher in the class. But overall, really got to love this length of spine, smoothness of this female, really powerful. Maybe just a tick more up in her front end, but still a really, really nice female. Young lady's female is going to go ahead and come in fifth. I think is a really nice cow. I think she's overall really good, but I think she just gets outpowered in comparison to the other ones in front of her. Maybe not just the most explosive in an area, but very complete. Young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in sixth, I think is really, really nice. Got to love her, but when you get behind her, she's just not as wide or as powerful as the other females. Got to love the length of the spine. Maybe like to tighten her up in that udder a little bit. Young man's that's going to go ahead and come in seventh. I think a really nice cow, a really nice calf. Just maybe like to make that bag quality a little bit better in comparison to the other ones in front of her, but overall really productive, good cow. Young man that's going to go ahead and come in eighth, I think is extremely, extremely good pair. You can tell where that calf came from for sure on that cow, and a really, really nice cow. Just not as big and bold and powerful as the females in front of her, but a really nice pair. Young man that's going to go ahead and come in here, I think, young man, if your cow was getting weighted for the biggest calf, I think you'd win this one hands down, and that's a great job by a great cow. Maybe just like to make her a little more powerful, a little more showy in comparison to the other ones in front of her. The little female that's going to go ahead and round out here is just a really nice female, good productive cow. I think she just gets powered when it comes to showiness, but a really, really nice productive female as well.
Results for Class 7, 10th, Exhibitor 027, Keely Dahlmeyer. 9th, Exhibitor 023, Levi Heffron. 8th, Exhibitor 021, Parker Dugan. 7th, Exhibitor 022, Casey Bruni. 6th, Exhibitor 029, Eden Leva. 5th, Exhibitor 019, Adley McQuistion. 4th, Exhibitor 028, Caden Waits. 3rd, Exhibitor 030, Kaylee Beeson. Reserve Champion Class 7, Exhibitor 025, Hattie Lawson. And your Champion Class 7, Exhibitor 018, Kale Tassin. Now entering the ring will be Class 8. These are cows born January 1st to January 31st of 2024. 5 entries. Exhibitor 033, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 034, Haley Rudloff. Exhibitor 036, Kendi Hudman. Exhibitor 038, Kelsey Jones. And Exhibitor 039, Lexi Ballard.
Young ladies, cow-calf pair that's going to go ahead and start off this class, I think, is the one that's the least fault-free and really well put together overall. I think that when you look at her from a side view, you got to really appreciate the length of spine this female brings, how up-headed she is, and a good calf she comes. If we could change her maybe a little bit, we'd like to see that udder maybe just a little more square and have a little more productivity in those front two teats, but still overall really, really good. Young man's pair that's going to go ahead and come in second. You really got to appreciate them when they're on the standstill and look at the female that she's raising. But when you get her in motion, she tries to get up in her top and just kind of gets a little bit higher in that top, and maybe like to make her a little bit smoother when she gets out on the move. But overall, really, really productive pair. Young lady is going to go ahead and come in third. I think it's the most fault-free of the three, but just doesn't outpower the ones in front of her. She's very, very good. She's really nice. She's got a better bag than I think the one in first place, and got a good calf. But just not as elegant in her front end and not as powerful and well-made as the other one, but still a really nice cow. Young lady's really power female that's going to go ahead and come in fourth. I think it's a really nice cow. Got a great calf at side. We just like to see that teat size maybe a little bit smaller, maybe level them out a little bit. I think when it comes to productivity and longevity in this cow, that'll come into question in the long term. Young lady's female pair that's going to go ahead and round out the class for us today. A really nice cow. Just like to maybe see that udder quality a little bit better, maybe a little bit smoother over that top line, but still really nice, productive female. Congratulations.
Results for Class 8. 5th, Exhibitor 039, Lexi Ballard. 4th, Exhibitor 034, Haley Rudloff. 3rd, Exhibitor 036, Kendi Hudman. Reserve Champion, Class 8, Exhibitor 033, Casey Bruni. And your champion, Class 8, Exhibitor 038, Kelsey Jones. Entering the ring be our Division II drive. First in be our champion from Class 6, Exhibitor 012, Priscilla Roberts. Then our champion from Class 7, Exhibitor 018, Kale Tassin. Our champion from Class 8, Exhibitor 038, Kelsey Jones. Reserves entering, reserve from Class 6, Exhibitor 013, Lane Seal. Reserve from Class 7, Exhibitor 025, Hattie Lawson. And your reserve from Class 8, Exhibitor 033, Casey Bruni.
Overall, I think when you look at this lineup, I think, wow, really impressive set of cow-calf pairs. To start off in the front in our first class, I think a female that's just really well balanced and really well put together. I think she's extremely feminine. I think she's powerful enough. I think she's good uddered. She's got a great calf at side and just really, really, really pretty to watch and move. I think the cow that goes and come in second is not far behind her. I think this is a tough duo that you could pick either one on any given day. Really got to appreciate the udder quality on this female that comes in the second, how maternal she is when you look at her from the side view, and just overall how well she's put together. The cow that's going to go ahead and round out this division, I think, is a really maternal, good female. We'd like to make, and we love how big of a calf she has this side, but maybe just like to square her up on that udder, but awfully particular on a really good setup of calves. I'm going to go ahead and take one more look, and I'll select your champion or reserve champion. Extremely nice female that we bring in consideration in our champion lineup. I think a female that's really, really nice, really deep-sided. Got plenty of good pieces to her. Love the udder quality, love the calf at side, up-headed, really good. Maybe just like to moderate her a touch, but man, I'm getting really particular on a really, really good female. I'm going to go ahead and take one more look and select your reserve champion.
Your Division II Reserve Champion Cow-Calf pair comes out of Class 7, Exhibitor 018, Cale Tassin. And your champion Division II Champion Cow-Calf pair comes out of Class 6, Exhibitor 012, Priscilla Roberts. Now entering the ring will be Class 11. These are cows born November 1st to December 31st of 2023. We have 7 entries. Exhibitor 040, Lily Collier. Exhibitor 041, Peyton Swanky. Exhibitor 042, Cale Jadlika. Exhibitor 043, Presley Ballard. Exhibitor 044, Corbin Grigg. Exhibitor 045, Jacek Jareski. And Exhibitor 046, Bridger Etheridge.
Cow-calf pair that goes and starts off this class, I think anybody can appreciate her from a long ways away. Lots of length, lots of femininity, uber maternal. Got to love that udder. Maybe like to tighten it up a touch, but really get in particular. Got a great calf inside. Young lady does a great job showing her. Female that's going to go ahead and come in second, I think, is one that's the most complete out of the lineup here and fault-free. With a little more condition, I think this heifer could be way more competitive and maybe be able to compete for that first spot in the class. Doing a great job, really maternal female, maybe just lacks a little condition for me. The opposite could be said, the female that comes behind her. Really like the cow-calf pair, maybe like to tighten her up in that udder as well. Just teat size overall, I think, is a little bit longer, and we'd like to maybe see more productivity in that milk. But a really nice female coming out of the ring in third. Female that's going to go ahead and come in fourth, I think, is a really, really competitive female when you get her parked. You got to love the power. You got to love the length. Biggest thing is when you set her in motion, I like to stouten her up and make her a little bit stouter in those pasterns and make her get out and move a little bit better in comparison to the other ones in front of her. Female that comes behind that is a really, really nice female. You got to really appreciate the calf side and the good job she's doing. I just think that she's just not as expressive in her front end, not as powerful as the other female, but a really productive, good female. The young lady, I think you get another one outside that you're going to be able to show for a long time as well. Young man's cow that's going to come in second to last here. Really nice female, but just like to make her a little bit deeper in that flank, maybe a little bit longer and more expressive in her front end, but a really nice cow overall. Young man that's going to go ahead and round out this class, I think, is a really nice female. Just maybe like to give her a little more depth of flank and depth overall in her chest floor. Really got to appreciate the length of spine and how smooth made this female is, and got to appreciate the teat size and the calf at side. But I think she just gets outpowered today in the class. A really nice class to start off our next division.
Results for Class 11. 7th, Exhibitor 045, Jacek Jareski. 6th, Exhibitor 044, Corbin Grigg. 5th, Exhibitor 043, Presley Ballard. And 4th, Exhibitor 042, Cale Jadlika. 3rd, Exhibitor 046, Bridger Etheridge. Reserve Champion, Class 11, Exhibitor 041, Peyton Swanky. And your champion, Class 11, Exhibitor 040, Lily Collier. Now entering the ring, Class 12, cows born September 1st to October 31st of 23. 2 entries, Exhibitor 047, Addison Poe, and Exhibitor 048, Savannah Skaggs.
Female that goes and starts off this class, I think, is extremely impressive. You got to really appreciate the moderation, but the power that this cow brings, and brings it in a feminine package. She's got a great udder. She gets out and moves well. Really athletic for how powerful she really is. A really nice female. Can't wait to see her in the champion drive. Female that's going to go ahead and come in second behind this is a close second. You really got to love how maternal this female is. There's a lot to like. I think she just gets outpowered, and how feminine but powerful the one is in front of her is really impressive. You really have got to appreciate this calf. Young lady, I think that calf is outstanding. And I'm going to tell you what, I think this cow's going to wean way over half her body weight and doing a great job. Congratulations.
Results for Class 12. Reserve Champion Class 12, Exhibitor 048, Savannah Skaggs. And your champion, Class 12, Exhibitor 047, Addison Poe. We'll let our Class 12 exhibitors get set for the drive, and then we'll enter the Division 3 drive. Now entering the ring will be the Division 3 champion drive. Your champion from Class 11, Exhibitor 040, Lily Collier. And your champion from Class 12, Exhibitor 047, Addison Poe. Reserve champions, Reserve champion Class 11, Exhibitor 041, Peyton Swanky. And Exhibitor 048, Savannah Skaggs from Class 12.
Top two in this division sure are very impressive. I mean, you look at the female that comes out in our first class. I think, wow, what a well put together female in a very feminine, good package. Good-footed, got a great calf at side. You look at how powerful the female that comes in second, but still puts together with plenty of femininity and plenty of athleticism. You really got to appreciate that about her. I think the calf at side on that cow is extremely good too. We can't wait to see how she grows up, but still two very good, productive pairs that I really like. I'll go ahead and take one more look and go select your champion. Young lady's female that's going to go ahead, come out here for consideration for division champion sure is a nice one. We really got to appreciate everything about her. Again, I'm going to go back to maybe a body condition, maybe the reason she's just not rising higher in the class, but overall really nice female. I'll go ahead and go out and select your reserve champion.
Your Division 3 Reserve Champion cow-calf pair comes out of Class 12, Exhibitor 047, Addison Poe. And your champion, Division 3 Champion cow-calf pair comes out of Class 11, Exhibitor 040, Lily Collier. Entering the ring will be your overall champion drive. Your Division 1 champion comes out of Class 2, Exhibitor 0003, Briley McKee. Your Division 2 champion comes out of Class 6, Exhibitor 0012, Priscilla Roberts. And your Division 3 champion comes out of Class 11, Exhibitor 0040, Lily Collier. Reserve champions entering. Division 1 Reserve champion comes out of Class 2, Exhibitor 0002, Charlie Poe. Division 2 Reserve champion comes out of Class 7, Exhibitor 0018, Tail Casson. And your Division 3 Reserve champion comes out of Class 12, Exhibitor 0047, Addison Poe.
I'd like to start off with giving these young showmen a round of applause because what a great job they're doing here. We have 3 divisions here that I think are extremely competitive in their own right. I think there's 2 in here that I think are just extremely good. We're going to start talking about the one out of our first division, which I think is just a really, really pretty cow. You look at her from the side, she's extremely pretty. She's extremely long-fronted. She's got plenty of power. She's got a great udder and raising an extremely good calf. Got to love the boldness and smoothness of this female at the same time, carrying that kind of power and growth. Female that's going to be in our second division is a little bit nervous today, but this young lady's doing a dang good job in trying to get her stuck every time she can. But you really got to appreciate the udder quality in this female, overall smoothness, overall balance, and how feminine she is, but still doing a really good job in carrying some power to go along with it. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out our third division, I think is a female that is extremely, extremely good overall in quality, and you got to really appreciate everything about her. From foot size to just how powerful she is, maternal in her make, extremely long-fronted, great uddered, and really good female. I'm going to take one more look, and I'm going to go out and select your champion female and your reserve champion. Young lady would permit me, I think the female that just won this thing is one that we should all really, really strive to breed. I think a good, moderate, functional, good female, as she makes her exit, you really got to appreciate everything about her. The young lady's heifer that we're going to go ahead and have in consideration, we'll go ahead and give her a good look, and I'll go out and select your champion female.
Your overall reserve champion cow-calf pair comes out of Division 3, Class 11, Exhibitor 0040, Lily Collier. And your champion cow-calf pair comes out of Division 1, Class 2, Exhibitor 0003, Briley McKee. We're going to take a 15-minute break between the cow-calf pair show and the E6 show to allow for pictures. If you're in the arena, as a reminder, all BBU registered animals must be shown with their hair coats lying downward and flat against their entire body. Hair trimming is permissible and must be done in those few areas such as the neck and portions of the top line of the animal which may not lay flat against the body. Hair may not be trained upwards or forwards and or pulled upwards or forwards on any part of the animal's body. No animals may have any foreign objects attach to it in any manner, or have its natural color altered in a manner so as to change the conformation or appearance. An exhibitor who fails to abide by this rule will be dismissed from the arena and or forfeit premiums, awards, and points from the show. This applies to all national cattle shows. This is the official warning for all exhibitors. Show officials may ask for your animal's coat to be brushed down in front of the officials. This includes tailheads. Any refusals to comply will result in being excused from the show. E6 advancers, Class 2, to the makeup area. Class 3 can make their way to the makeup area. Starting the E6 Advancer Show, now entering the ring will be Class 2. These are heifers born February 1st to February 28th of 26. 3 entries, Exhibitor 0049, Emmy Collier, Exhibitor 0051, Sutton Bryson, and Exhibitor 0052, Riley Reed.
Heifer that's going to lead off this class, I think, just brings the most balance and most athletic to the group. I think when you get her on a move, she just moves very, very well. You love how soft she is and how she sets that back leg. At the same time, she's got really big, bold rib, really nice front, really level, very powerful, going to be a really nice female when she gets older. Young lady's heifer that's going to come in second, you really have to appreciate the depth of flank and length of body. We just like to bring her top down just a little bit. She kind of gets higher and a little more of a roach top when she gets on the move, but overall, a really, really nice female. Young lady that's going to come round up the third in the class, I think is a really nice young calf. I think when she matures and gets a little bit older, I think she'll be a little more competitive. We just got to bring that flank down and give her a little more depth in that flank and maybe just give her a little bit more power in comparison to the other ones that are out in front of her in the class. But 3 really, really nice females.
Results of Class 2. Third, Exhibitor 0052, Riley Reed. Reserve Champion Class 2, Exhibitor 0051, Sutton Bryson. And your champion Class 2, Exhibitor 0049, Emmy Collier. Now entering the ring is Class 3. These are heifers born January 1st to January 31st of 26. 3 entries, Exhibitor 0054, Briley McKee. Exhibitor 0056, Wynn Cupid. And Exhibitor 0057, Maddox McCullum.
Female that's going to go out and off and lead the class, I think, is one that just does so pretty handily today. You know, these are very young kids. They're going to mature and get better as time goes on. But I got to say, this heifer, when she walked in, you could really, she's a standout. You look at how good and level she is, how up-headed she is, how bold she is in a rib shape, feminine but powerful at the same time. Nothing to take away from the young lady's heifer that's coming up back behind her. Young lady, you got a long, long time before she gets to be a pair. And I think this heifer's got a bright future in front of her. You got to really love the length, top, and just how pretty made this female is overall. Just got to give her a little more time to catch up to the heifer in front of her, but I think she's got a very competitive edge and can be very competitive in the future. Young man's heifer that's going to go to round out the class, I think, is really nice female. I just think as a skeleton-wise, she's a little bit leggier today and just doesn't have the depth that the other two do in front of her, but still a really nice female and one that can go out and be a productive cow. Congratulations to those 3 showmen.
Results for Class 3. In third, Exhibitor 0056, Win Cubit. Your reserve champion Class 3, Exhibitor 0054, Briley McKee. And your champion Class 3, Exhibitor 0057, Maddox McCullum. Let our exhibitors get back around to the entry gate, and we'll start with our Division I drive. This will be our Division I drive. Champion out of Class 2, Exhibitor 0049, Emmy Collier, followed by your champion out of Class 3, Exhibitor 0057, Maddox McCullum. Your reserves that'll be entering, reserve from Class 2, Exhibitor 0051, Sutton Bryson, and your reserve from Class 3, Exhibitor 0054, Briley McKee.
Really nice lineup of calves we have for the division. Young lady's going to go ahead and start off the class. I got to give her a big hand for sticking with it. This heifer, I think, has got it a little figured out. I think as the older she gets, she may be able to hang on a little, hold on a little bit better. She gets a little more hustle behind that muscle, and she'll be all right. But really nice female overall, really well put together. Love the maternal look to this female. Love how bold-ribbed she is. Love how feminine she is, and carries it all in a really good, powerful package. Young lady's heifer that's going to come out of the second class. Boy, you really got to like this female. You got to love the length of body, boldness of rib. She's athletic. She's really high and pretty in her front end. You can just see how long fronted she is, but she still is just as powerful as you want to make one, with a really good top line that puts it all together. You get behind her, and she doesn't leave anything behind either. She's just very powerful and wide in her frame set. I'm going to take one more look and go out and select your champion female.
Division I Reserve Champion E6 Advancer Heifer comes out of Class 2, Exhibitor 0049, Emmy Collier. And your Division I Champion E6 Advancer Heifer comes out of Class 3, Exhibitor 0057, Maddox McCollum. Now entering the ring will be Class 6. These are heifers born November 1st to December 31st of 25. 3 entries, Exhibitor 0058, Keely Whitaker. Exhibitor 0062, Riley Elizabeth Purvis. And Exhibitor 0065, Brendan Driscoll.
Young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and lead off the class, I think, is one. When you get behind her, it'll kind of tell the story. She's just so wide in that frame set, but still and powerful. But when you get her parked on the side view, you just see and appreciate how smooth made she is and elegant in her front end. I think an awful lot of that heifer. I think she's got a bright future in front of her, and nothing to take away from the ones behind her, because the heifer that's going to go ahead and come in second, I think, is an extremely good female. I think she's really nice. I think her better days are ahead of her. I just think she needs some time to catch up to the calf in front of her. We got a long ways to go to get to that senior division, and I think there's a lot of good in that female. Female that's going to go ahead and round out the class, I think, is one that we maybe just need to get a little more power, a little more bone, maybe a little more depth of flank, but it's still a really nice female. It's got a lot of future in front of her. Good job showing her today.
Results for Class 6 and third, Exhibitor 0065, Brendan Driscoll. Your reserve champion, Class 6, Exhibitor 0058, Keely Whitaker. And your champion, Class 6, Exhibitor 0062, Riley Elizabeth Purvis. Now entering the ring will be Class 7, heifers born September 1st to October 31st of 25. 6 entries, Exhibitor 0050, Lily Collier. Exhibitor 0066, Caden Waits. Exhibitor 0068, Morgan Finke. Exhibitor 0069, Kaylee Beeson. Exhibitor 0070, Daniel Brister, and Exhibitor 0072, Emma Vila. Brendan Driscoll to the makeup arena. Brendan Driscoll to the makeup.
Heifer that's going to go ahead and lead off the class, I think, is a tank, is the best way to talk about this female. Would I like to see her a little bit more feminine in areas? Sure. But you dang sure have to appreciate the depth of side, the depth of flank, and the maternal look to this female. Maybe like to make her a little bit prettier up in her front end, but you know she's going to have enough muscle to carry a good calf through the winter and keep her conditioned and keep them going. Young lady that's going to go ahead and come in second. Really got to appreciate the length of spine and length of front end and how well she gets out on her feet and legs. At the same time, they would like to drop that flank just a little bit. More than likely, when she gets bred, she's going to do that for you, but a really nice female all in all together today. Young lady that's going to go ahead and come in third, maybe just like to bring that tail head down just a touch. You know, she's a little bit on the extreme side of levelness from front to rear, but still a really nice female from her rib cage forward. You got to love the femininity in her front end, boldness in her rib, and really powerful female overall. Young man's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in the next position. Really nice female overall, just got outpowered by the other ones in front of him. And you really can't say too much because there's a long time between now and getting to the senior females. There's a lot of opportunity for these next two to catch up to the ones in front of them and maybe even pass them in the long term. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the class for us today, I think just needs some more time on feed and needs a little more conditioning to just be more competitive in the class, but overall really nice set of calves. Very different like and type and kinds, but overall really nice set.
Results for Class 7 and 6, Exhibitor 0068, Morgan Finke. 5th, Exhibitor 0066, Caden Waits. 4th, Exhibitor 0070, Daniel Brister. 3rd, Exhibitor 0050, Lily Collier. Reserve Champion Class 7 is Exhibitor 0072, Emma Vila. And your champion Class 7, Exhibitor 0069, Kaylee Beeson. Entering the ring, Class 9, 2 entries, heifers born May 1st to June 30th of 25. Exhibitor 0076, Brendan Driscoll, and 0077, Cannon Cobb.
Young man that's going to go ahead and lead off our class today, I think, is the more maternal female today, and I appreciate just the total length of hip this female carries in comparison to the one behind her. Also in her front 1/3, I think we got to really appreciate how long and feminine and pretty fronted she is. Big, bold, and rib shape, and very, very nice, very well adequate female in every angle. The female that's going to go ahead and come in second, I think we'd like to see her just be a little more athletic off her feet, and maybe just a little bit more depth in her flank to be more competitive in the class, but overall still a really nice female. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results for Class 9. Reserve Champion Class 9, Exhibitor 0076, Brendan Driscoll. Your champion Class 9, Exhibitor 0077, Cannon Cobb. Entering the ring will be Class 10, 3 entries, heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2025. First in, Exhibitor 0078, Sophia Garza. Exhibitor 0079, Addison Morgan. And Exhibitor 0080, Kale Jadlika. we get all classes? Class 11, 14, and 16 to the makeup. Class 11, 14, and 16 to the makeup.
Young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and get off and start us off on this class. I think when you get her parked, you really got to appreciate her. Got to appreciate her that shoulder and how well she's smooth and long in her front end. Big, bold in her rib shape, powerful female. Maybe like to just see her get a little more out a little more freely on those back two. Maybe make it a little bit more athletic, but athletic enough to win the class today. Young man's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in second. Nothing to take away from this heifer. She just gets outpowered today, but at the same time, still a really nice female. Young man's doing the best he can to get this heifer showed. And sometimes you're the bug, and sometimes you're the windshield on showing. But today, the young man's doing a great job in trying to get her done. Maybe like to change her up in her head shape a little bit, make her a little more feminine and not as powerful, and maybe a little bit cleaner in that front end. The young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and round out the class, nothing against this female. I think this is a really good female, one that you could probably see in my pasture back home. Really nice tiger stripe heifer, just not as explosive or as long-fronted or as powerful as the ones in front of her, but still a really nice, productive female.
Results for Class 10, third, Exhibitor 0079, Addison Morgan. Reserve Champion Class 10, Exhibitor 0080, Kale Jadlika. And your champion, Class 10, Exhibitor 0078, Sophia Garza. Entering the ring will be the last class before Division II drive. There will be 4 entries. These are heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2025. Entering Exhibitor 0081, Jack Redden. Exhibitor 0082, Colton Waits. Exhibitor 0083, Clayton Thrash. And Exhibitor 0085, Kendall Schnell. We need Class 14 and Class 16 to the makeup arena.
Young man that's going to go ahead and lead off the class does a great job getting this female stuck, and I think the best word for this female is adequate. She's adequately proportioned. She's adequate to get out on the move. She's level. She's got some femininity to her. You love the boldness and shape of ribs she carries. Like to maybe see her get out a little bit better, maybe freshen her up in a conditional touch, but still a really nice female. Young man that's going to go ahead and come in second in class. Well, this guy's giving me the eye of the tiger right now because he is so focused on getting this heifer stuck, and he's doing a great job doing it. He's got her stuck. He's got her in a really good position. I think a female that's got plenty of front end, really level, really pretty made, just doesn't have the power to get around the one in front of her. Female is going to go ahead and come in third. I think this is just a heifer that is just a little bit plainer made, a little bit frailer in her makeup, but still a really nice, good, productive cow that this young lady can go off and utilize in her herd. Young man that's going to go ahead and round it out. I think frame's going to be a issue there. A little bit big for me, not as athletic on the move, and a little bit plainer fronted. But young man's doing a good job getting her shown. Congratulations.
Results for Class 11. Fourth, Exhibitor 0083, Clayton Thrash. Third, Exhibitor 0085, Kendall Schnell. Reserve Champion Class 11, Exhibitor 0082, Colton Waits. And your Champion Class 11, Exhibitor 0081, Jack Redden. Give our exhibitor a minute to get back to the makeup for the Division II drive. Now entering will be our Division II drive. Champion from Class 6, Exhibitor 0062, Riley Purvis. Champion from Class 7, Exhibitor 0069, Kaylee Beeson. Champion from Class 9, Exhibitor 0077, Cannon Cobb. Champion Class 10, Exhibitor 0078, Sophia Garza. And your champion Class 11, Exhibitor 0081, Jack Redden. Reserves. Reserve Champion Class 6, Exhibitor 0058, Keely Whitaker. Reserve Champion Class 7, Exhibitor 0072, Emma Vila. Reserve Champion Class 9, Exhibitor 0076, Brendan Driscoll. Reserve Class 10, Exhibitor 0080, Kel Jadlika. And your Reserve Class 11, Exhibitor 0082, Colton Waits.
Really nice lineup of cattle we have here in our division drive. The young lady that's going to go out and come out of our first class, she really got to appreciate her overall and just look and style and femininity she carries with a bold, powerful package. Young lady's going to come in second. I think a tank is how I described her in class, and that's the same way I'm going to describe her today. She's just uber deep-sided, uber powerful, lots of bone. Really nice female. Maybe like to make her a little more feminine, but still a really nice female I think you can use in your herd. Young man's heifer, I think, is the one we call complete. Really, really nice female. Really got a good bold shape in a rib, really level, very smooth made, adequate in every aspect. Young man does a great job getting her shown. Young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and come in fourth class for today. We talked about her in class. Adequate is I think both of these calves are what we call adequate. Adequate in every aspect. Maybe just like to make her a little bit freer in those back legs and make her a little freer moving. But really got to appreciate the length of spine, length of front end, and overall power for this female, and the female is going to come right out of our class, or our division. I'm going to go ahead and take one more look, and I'll go ahead and select your champion female for this division. Young man's going to bring his heifer in for consideration for division or reserve division champion. I really like the female in class. I said that maybe we'd like to make her a little bit more feminine in that front 1/3 and drop her in that flank, but overall really nice level long female. Go on it'd be a good productive female in the long term. I'm going to take one more look and I'll select your reserve champion.
Division 2 reserve champion E6 Advancer Heifer comes out of Class 6. Exhibitor 0062 Riley Purvis. And your Division 2 champion E6 Advancer Heifer comes out of Class 9. Exhibitor 0077 Cannon Cobb. entering the ring is Class 14, 4 entries. Heifers born September 1st to December 31st of 24. Exhibitor 0087, River Reed. Exhibitor 0088, Emma Vila. Exhibitor 0089, Abigail Williamson. And Exhibitor 0090, Savannah Skaggs.
Young lady that's going to lead off our class is a plenty powerful female. Love the maternal look to this female, and obviously we can start to see that she's starting to drop a little bit of an udder. And really got to appreciate productivity in these females. Love the depth, love the power, and overall just a really nice, good package. Young lady does a great job showing her. Young lady that's going to come in second, boy, she's serious today. I was trying to get her to smile or crack a smile at me, but I had my work cut out for me. But you can obviously tell this young lady's here to show because she does a dang good job getting this heifer shown. Maybe just like to drop her in her flank and make her a little bit softer made, but overall still a nice little female. Young lady's going to come in third is having a hard time on the stick, and everybody has one sometimes. And I think today's just not her day getting this calf stuck. I think if she could have, she may have been a little more competitive in this class, but still a really nice female, and congratulations for sticking with it, young lady. Fourth place female is going to come in last. I just think we just need to get a little more condition, a little more depth and boldness of rib to be more competitive in the class. But another young lady that's sticking with it and trying to get this calf stuck and doing a great job doing it. Congratulations.
Results for Class 11, results for Class 14. Fourth, Exhibitor 0089, Abigail Williamson. Third, Exhibitor 0090, Savannah Skaggs. Your reserve champion, Class 14, Exhibitor 0087, River Reed. And your champion, Class 14, Exhibitor 0088, Emma Vila. Now entering will be our last class, Class 16. 2 entries, heifers born January 1st to April 30th of 24. Exhibitor 0093, Riley Reed, and Exhibitor 0095. Following this class, we'll have the Division III drive, and then following that, the overall drive. We'll take a 15-minute break after the E6 Advancer show before starting the Bred known Heifer show.
Cow-calf pair that's going to lead off the class, I think, does so pretty handily just for pure athleticism. You got to really like how this cow gets out and moves. Also, productivity in this female is obviously excellent. Because look at that good, big calf that she's raising. Great bag, level, good, productive female. Nothing to take away against this female in the back. She sure is pretty when you get her parked, but like to see her a little bit more athletic on those back two legs and maybe see a calf at side to be more competitive in the class, but still a really nice female, I think, can go out and be a very productive cow. Congratulations.
Results for Class 16, Reserve Champion, Class 16, Exhibitor 0093, Riley Reed, and your champion, Class 16, Exhibitor 0095, Sutton Bryson. We'll give those exhibitors a minute or so to pull around to the entry gate, and then we will start our Division III drive. Entering the ring is our Division III Drive, be our champion from Class 14, Exhibitor 0088, Emma Vila, and our champion from Class 16, Exhibitor 0095, Sutton Bryson. Our reserve champion from Class 14, Exhibitor 0087, River Reed, and our reserve champion from Class 16, Exhibitor 0093, Riley Reed.
Two very nice females in this division lineup for consideration for reserve and reserve division champion. The one we're going to start off the division drive with here is a really nice, powerful maternal female. You can see her starting to form an udder, and got to appreciate a lot of power and how big ribbed she is and her depth of side. Maybe like to just clean her up in that front end and in conditioning, but still an overall really nice female. The female that's going to come right behind her, I think the best way to describe her is productive. She's got a great udder, big calf at side. She's plenty good in every aspect, bold in the rib, level enough. I mean, just all in all, really, really nice female. I'm going to take one more look, and I'll select your champion and reserve champion females.
Your Division III Reserve Champion, E6 Advancer Heifer, comes out of Class 14, Exhibitor 0088, Emma Vila. And your Division III Champion, E6 Advancer Heifer, comes out of Class 16, Exhibitor 0095, Sutton Bryson. Now entering will be our overall drive for our E6 Advancer Heifers. Now entering our Division I champion from Class 3, Exhibitor 0057, Maddox McCollum. Our Division II champion from Class 9, Exhibitor 0077, Cannon Cobb. Our Division III champion from Class 16, Exhibitor 0095, Sutton Bryson. Reserves that are entering. Division I Reserve Champion from Class 2, Exhibitor 0049, Emmy Collier. Division II Reserve Champion came out of Class 6, Exhibitor 0062, Riley Purvis. And your Division III Reserve Champion came out of Class 14, Exhibitor 0088, Emma Vila.
I think 3 extremely good division winners that are represented here, and we're taking a good look at them now as they got them settled and set up. I think the young lady's Heifer that's up in front, boy, does she have a good future in front of her. I think it's really hard to fault that one, and I think that she's really, really good in a lot of aspects. Got a long ways to go to get that senior division, but got a great start for her. You got to really appreciate how up-headed she is and bold in her rib and powerful, but still gets around the ring and moves well. I really appreciate that female quite a bit. Young man's Heifer that's going to come out of the second division. I think this is one that's awfully good as a cow as well. You got to really appreciate how athletic she is when she moves. You got to appreciate how adequate she is in every angle that you look at her. Not the most explosive, not the most powerful, but an adequate, good female that's going to go out and do her job and do it well. Really good functional female. Female that's going to go ahead and round out our division or our champion drive here. I think is an athletic, good, productive, fantastic female that obviously bred up early, has a great udder, good feet, moves well, adequate in every way you want to go about her. It all just depends on what the next step is for you in breeding and what you're trying to breed for. You can use a lot of different bulls in this female because she's just so complete in the way that she's made. I think a really, really nice female, really nice lineup overall. I think I'll go out and select your champion or reserve champion. Young ladies Heifer that comes up for consideration for reserve champion. Really got to appreciate a lot about her. Really long-fronted, really bold and powerful in a lot of ways. Maybe just like to clean her up in her condition. She's a little bit further along, but got to appreciate a lot of things about her. I'll take one more look and I'll select your reserve champion. Thank you for having me today. I really want to thank everybody from the Beefmasters Association and appreciate you selecting me to be your judge, but it was very much a pleasure. The kids did a fantastic job. I think your association is doing a fantastic job as well. There's a lot to really appreciate and what y'all are doing, and productivity is one of them, and I think it's extremely important because there's certain times with these projects that we kind of lose sight of what they're about. We're raising kids, not cattle, and we are showing cattle, but at the same time, productivity in these females I think is so important. And to see that many in the lineup when we were doing the pairs was just absolutely impressive. But y'all should be very proud of what y'all been able to put together. Congratulations.
Your overall champion, E6 Advancer Heifer, came out of Division 3, Class 16, Exhibitor 0095, Sutton Bryson. And your overall reserve champion, E6 Advancer Heifer, came out of Division 1, Class 3, Exhibitor 0057, Maddox McCullum. If we can give a round of applause for our judge, Mr. Benton England, for making the trip up here to judge our cattle. The Bred Known Heifer Show will start at 10:30. 10:30 will be the start of the Bred Known Heifer Show.
Class 1, go ahead and start making your way over to the holding arena. Class 1, please start making your way over to the holding arena.
Coming into the ring will be Class 1 of the Bred known heifers. These are heifers born March 1st to March 31st of 26, 7 entries. Exhibitor 248, Sophia Garza. Exhibitor 171, Bridger Etheridge. Exhibitor 172, Maverick Manuel. Exhibitor 173, Kylie Harden. Exhibitor 175, Emmy Collier. Exhibitor 177, Keely Dahlmeyer. And Exhibitor 178, Cale Tassin. Our judge for the Bred known heifer and bull show today is Mr. Keaton Dodd. Keaton's a past Texas A&M livestock judging team member, currently serves as the executive director of the Santa Gertrudis Breeders Internationals. He previously served as the vice president of seed stock operations at BRC Ranch, and after graduating from Texas A&M, he served as graduate lecturer in animal breeding and genetics, as well as the livestock judging team coordinator. Please, let's welcome Mr. Keaton Dodd.
Well, good morning, and always a fun way to start your day on these calves, but always a thought-provoking kind of way to get into things. And so it may seem like we went from smallest to largest or fattest to skinniest, and I try not to fall into that pattern. I try to keep them built correct, balanced appropriately, and just cattle that have quality. And so the one that leads off is quality cattle that's still ready, kind of to go and charge in today. I think a big rib cage, a soft kind of a center body, and yet still I like the femininity. I like the shape of her shoulder, the way she wedges there up through her front end, asks the cattle to travel. I thought length of stride, top line comfort, all of that checks out. I want to see loin, tail head, and kind of spine sit in this next heifer just a little better. But outside of that, I do think a good neck, a good turn to her body, naturally still a pretty wide constructed type of a heifer. Not the most rugged featured, but I think parts and pieces match. I think quality's certainly there. Challenges the heifer in third is where does she fit? I love her build. I think tremendous look up front, really a big foot, a stout skeleton. You study pound for pound, she's genuinely as wide and as bold sprung as anything. She's just very, very juvenile. And so where does she fit in this class? I think quality-wise towards the top, and so that's kind of where we kept her. I just didn't think she had enough gas to run with some of the cattle ahead of her. I like this heifer standing still in terms of her refinement. I still think her depth and smoothness is good. You get her out, and we walked him that second time, and I read a tighter spine, a tighter hock. I just didn't think she'd get out and travel quite as comfortably. Deep, smooth kind of a heifer that comes next. I want to see her top line handled just a little better in motion. We wrap up with a pair of cattle that are good, growthy, long-bodied and extended. I want to downsize their frame, open up in terms of base width and body shape, but good cattle all the way through. Very, very competitive class. Congratulations.
Results for Class 1, 7th, Exhibitor 177, Keeley Dahlmeyer. 6th, Exhibitor 172, Maverick Manuel. 5th, Exhibitor 173, Kylie Harden. 4th, Exhibitor 175, Emmy Collier. 3rd, Exhibitor 248, Sophia Garza. Reserve Champion Class 1, Exhibitor 171, Bridger Etheridge. And Champion Class 1, Exhibitor 178, Cale Tassin. Now entering the ring will be Class 2, 9 entries. Heifers born February 1st to February 28th of 26. Exhibitor 179, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 180, Hattie Lawson. Exhibitor 182, Natalie Harden. Exhibitor 183, Jack Redden. Exhibitor 184, Bridger Etheridge. Exhibitor 185, Ella Taylor. Exhibitor 186, Haley Rudloff. Exhibitor 187, Kale Jadlika, and Exhibitor 188, Casey Bruni.
another competitive class, a challenging group to get put together. Heifer we land on, I think, needs to win, and she's plenty big. And so if we project where she's going to end up as a mature cow, I do think that that's something to watch, making sure we're keeping these cattle moderate enough that they flesh, that they keep. And so I think outside of her maybe being a little big, I do think that she's the best one. I think she's got good square skeleton built under her, the right kind of turn and shape to her rib. You step to the side, I still think her neck attachment, her strength of spine, the way her tail head sits there, and the way her hips built, all very, very attractive, and she does that while still being bold and powerful and having the right kind of dimension. And so tone her down just a shade in terms of performance, but I think that's a good female either way. A lot of future in this next heifer. I think as good structured as any in this class in terms of the set to our shoulder, knee, front structure, the length of our hip, and the way we use our rear leg. We don't have the stoutness of structure and just the bulk and body shape of that heifer that leads out, but I think our look, our skeletal quality all checks out really good. This next heifer is green, but she's intriguing to me. I think her length of neck in relation to her depth of body is unique. I think the way her foot's shaped, the way she handles her structure and motion's all really, really good. We just need more out of that female today. I just don't think she's quite as far along in regards to her rib and her flesh and her maturity. She gets outmatched just a touch. A little different body type here, but I think a good body type to pay some respect to. Really powerful. I think genuinely as much muscle as anything in this bunch, as much bone. We maintain mobility to go along with that. We're a little coarse. I thought the shape of her skull, the shape of her shoulder, the way she built out of her hip is a little rounder. I think pin bones forward, hook bones forward. You like a lot of things about this young man's heifer. She's deep and smooth. I think she's feminine and refined in her look. I want to lengthen her out in her hip, see her use her hind leg just to shot more effectively, but he does a good job with a quality female. Bigger, more attractive type of a heifer I thought was a little flat, a little tight spine. The red paint's deep and smooth, but just not quite as genuine in regards to shape. We wrap up with a pair of bigger framed cattle that I just didn't think had the depth, rib, and flesh to play up further, but still have lots of future in regards to the way they're built in their structure. Competitive lineup, once again, congratulations.
Results for Class 2. In 9th, Exhibitor 185, Ella Taylor. 8th, Exhibitor 186, Haley Rudloff. 7th, Exhibitor 180, Hattie Lawson. 6th, Exhibitor 182, Natalie Harden. 5th, Exhibitor 188, Casey Bruni. 4th, Exhibitor 179, Casey Bruni. 3rd, Exhibitor 187, Kale Jadlika. Reserve Champion Class 2, Exhibitor 184, Bridger Etheridge. And your champion, Class 2, Exhibitor 183, Jack Redden. Now entering the ring, Class 3, 11 entries. Heifers born January 1st to January 31st of 26. Exhibitor 189, Maverick Manuel. Exhibitor 190, Hannah Pace. Exhibitor 191, Wes Compton. Exhibitor 192, Kaylee Beeson. Exhibitor 193, Peyton Lindeman. Exhibitor 194, Kendi Hudman. Exhibitor 195, Addison Poe. Exhibitor 196, Cadence Hicks. Exhibitor 197, Bridger Etheridge. Exhibitor 198, Reagan Karsh. And Exhibitor 201, George Shackelford.
good class, a very deep class. Once again, though, I do see kind of some up and down in terms of frame size, in terms of performance, and so I think that makes things challenging. We're just trying to find a balance and keep the best cattle towards the top. No doubt, I think the heifer that leads off is that. I think her look, she's in the top pair. I think body shape and dimension, she's in the top pair. Watch the cattle travel. I think everything stays together. She keeps her spine and her rear leg collected. I think just a very, very high-quality female needs to win this particular class. The black baldy that comes next is intriguing. I'm sure this young man's tired of being second. But I guess it beats being third every time. But I like her look. I like their depth and smoothness. I want to clean up her underline just a touch. She's maybe a little pronounced there at the top of her neck in regards to her crest. Love her hip and rear leg. I think her agility, her quality, all into that female being very competitive as she continues on into maturity. The yellow heifer that comes next, we can maybe lengthen her neck out just a touch. I thought for body mass and performance, we maybe didn't match it with quite as much width as you thought. I watch her go away. I think her pins are a little closer together. Hawk to ground, she'll narrow up just a touch. But I like her depth. I like her smoothness. I like the fact that she's slicked off and shiny and healthy there in regards to her skin and hair. Young man brings us a nice heifer I thought was a little awkward out of her hip and tail head. She's a little shallow heeled and a little longer in the length of her rear toe. But I like her moderation of frame. I like their depth. I think there's genuine shape built into that female. Next heifer's intriguing, and she's just way too far behind in regards to maturity and flesh, probably to move up too much further. But I think as we study this class and think about where they'll be as 2-year-olds, I think she's closer to the front than the back when they get to that position. Really a neat look, just needs more flesh, more body mass, more fill. Different kind of heifer, a big, stout, performance-driven female. I thought was a little awkward in her hip and rear leg structure, maybe not quite as attractive up front. Young lady's black heifer, love the femininity, like the depth. I want to open her up, give her more structure in terms of foot size and bone work, but really a quality female. Next heifer's a little awkward in her movement, but I like her depth. We round out with cattle that are just a little behind, not only from a performance and a condition standpoint, but maybe just a little bit more uncomfortable getting put together out here in the arena. But good cattle all the way through. Very strong class winner, solid second. Congratulations.
Results for Class 3. 11th, Exhibitor 193, Peyton Linneman. 10th, Exhibitor 194, Kendi Hudman. At 9th, Exhibitor 191, Wes Compton. 8th, Exhibitor 196, Cadence Hicks. 7th, Exhibitor 198, Reagan Karsh. 6th, Exhibitor 189, Maverick Manuel. 5th, Exhibitor 192, Kaylee Beeson. 4th, Exhibitor 201, George Shackelford. 3rd, Exhibitor 190, Hannah Pace. Reserve Champion Class 3 is Exhibitor 197, Bridger Etheridge. And your champion, Class 3, Exhibitor 195, Addison Poe. Now entering is the Division 1 drive. Your champion from Class 1, Cale Tassin. Champion from Class 2, Jack Redden. Your champion from Class 3, Addison Poe. Reserve champion from Class 1, Bridger Etheridge. Reserve champion from Class 2, Bridger Etheridge. And reserve champion from Class 3, Bridger Etheridge. Can we get Class 6 to the makeup area and Class 7 on standby?
Really a solid division and a challenging group of cattle to work through. We talked about just the variations in performance and weight per day of age and where we're at maturity-wise, and I tried to be as fair with cattle as I possibly could. There were some bigger ones that got along. There were some greener and more juvenile cattle that got along. At the end of the day, I want them correct in their build. I want them quality in regards to their look and lines, and then still have some extra substance. So we get back out here and study our 3 class winners, and young man brings us 3 solid second places. I think lots of variation, but at the end of the day, I think these are cattle that are square and correct structured. They've got a nice look. There's variation here just in terms of body width, and I think the cattle that we ended up towards the top end maybe were just a shade bolder. Comes down to a pair. In between that pair, I think one's a shot bolder forward and ties in a little stronger right in behind our shoulder. The other one's maybe a little deeper, a little bigger bellied, and a little smoother. And so you've got to just kind of decide which direction you want to go. I like cattle that are genuine and have substance. I like cattle that are deep, smooth, and feminine. If we can put them both in one package, I think you'd probably have the perfect heifer. But really, really fun division. I'll put the mic down and show you the 2 I like.
Your Division 1 champion, Bred known heifer, comes out of Class 3, Exhibitor 195, Addison Poe. And your Division 1 reserve champion, Bred known heifer, comes out of Class 1, Exhibitor 178, Cale Tassin. Just a quick announcement that there is a concession stand open today. It's at the outside in the foyer towards the women's restroom. It's open till 3 p.m. today. Now entering the arena, Class 6, 11 entries. Heifers born December 1st to December 31st of 25. Exhibitor 202, Mabry McClure. Exhibitor 204, Peyton Williams. Exhibitor 205, Bridger Etheridge. Exhibitor 206, Riley Denman. Exhibitor 207, Reagan Karsh. Exhibitor 208, Valentina Barrera. Exhibitor 209, Cassie Ramos. Exhibitor 210, Riley Denman. Exhibitor 211, Ryland McDaniel. Exhibitor 212, Olivia King. And Exhibitor 213, Maddox McCullum.
really a deep competitive class, and we kind of had a laugh or a giggle, and I'm sure the young man that's in second probably thinks this is getting slightly ridiculous, but he's brought us a lot of good cattle and been really close. But I thought cattle in 2 and 3 are very quality. They probably fit inside of our class winner just in regards to genuineness and shape of body. I think if you wanted to kind of sum up these three, I think they're correct, attractive, quality cattle. Our class winner is way more robust in the turn to her full rib, the shape we run down her upper skeleton, big, broad, powerful hip, and yet still we manage it with enough agility. We could maybe square that heifer's rear feet up just a touch. That's probably the one area I'd pick on her, but she is really cool looking with the substance to back it up. I think the one that runs with her in second, the young man's kind of bald-faced female's got a really neat look. When she stops, she does project her neck the highest out of the top of her shoulders. She's got an arrogance and presence about her that maybe nothing else in this class has. You get into her in comparison to that class winner, though, I do read her flatter there in the shape of her full rib. I didn't think she was as wide as we take her on out of her pin bones. A little more moderate heifer that's definitely deeper bodied than the one in second that comes next. And I was tossing those two back and forth. She, too, needs to be opened up just a touch right in behind her shoulder in terms of the shape of her rib. And I just read her to be a little plainer necked maybe than that one that walked out, but I still think balanced and proportional. Good cattle to wrap up. A very, very quality top three. The heifer in fourth, I think, runs with those others, too. And on into maturity, I think she gets really competitive. I like the strength of her rear leg, the shape of her foot, the width of her body. She's a little piecey in the way she puts things together today. I didn't think we hooked in behind her shoulder quite as strong. I thought the way we blend our hip and our tail head together maybe wasn't quite as aesthetically pleasing, but I like her moderation of frame. I like the durability to her structure. Next heifer needs to go better in her top, but I like her depth and moderation. A little bigger outline of a female that's got a really neat look. I just want to open her up throughout, bolden her up there in her body. We start running into cattle like the young man's that maybe get outperformed just a touch. There's some structural things you can pick on in the cattle that we walk through down towards the end, and maybe just not quite the body capacity and dimension. But good group, strong class winner. Congratulations once again on a quality set of cattle.
Results for Class 6 and 11th, Exhibitor 202, Mabry McClure. 10th, Exhibitor 209, Cassie Ramos. 9th, Exhibitor 211, Rylan McDaniel. In 8th, Exhibitor 208, Valentina Barrera. 7th, Exhibitor 204, Peyton Williams. 6th, Exhibitor 207, Reagan Karsh. 5th, Exhibitor 206, Riley Denman. 4th, Exhibitor 212, Olivia King. 3rd, Exhibitor 210, Riley Denman. Your reserve champion Class 6, Exhibitor 205, Bridger Etheridge. And your champion Class 6, Exhibitor 213, Maddox McCullum. Now entering is Class 7, 6 entries, November 1st to November 30th of 25. Exhibitor 214, Benjamin Harden. Exhibitor 215, Cole Mobley. Exhibitor 216, Presley Ballard. Exhibitor 218, Parker Dugan. Exhibitor 219, Maddox McCullum. And Exhibitor 221, Jack Shackelford. want to take a minute to thank our title sponsors for today. Our title sponsor for the National Cow-Calf Pair Show was Moon Veterinary and Reproductive Services and Brushy Creek Sires. Thank you, Moon Veterinary and Brushy Creek, for your title sponsorship. Title sponsors for the E6 Advancer Show were Rockin' P Cattle Company and Ford de Julio Beefmasters. Thank you, Rockin' P, and thank you, Ford de Julio. Our title sponsor for the Bred Known Heifer Show is Lissy Beefmasters and Ellis Beefmasters. Thank you both, Lissy and Ellis Beefmasters. Take a minute to thank our executive sponsors, Noble Builders, H-Bar, and Willowstone Ranch, and our corporate sponsors, H-Bar Ranch, Beefmasters, and Frontier Tractor Parts. Our diamond sponsors this year are Collier Farms, Carl Hubble, Broken K-Bar Beefmasters, Beef, and Brushy Creek Sires and Moon Veterinary and Reproductive Services. Thank you to our executive, corporate, and diamond sponsors.
A little smaller class and a group that comes together quick, but I don't want the fact that we placed this really quickly to overshadow the fact that I think this heifer that leads off is really, really nice. We talk about proportions and angles. I think feminine, refined, and quality front end, and then as we go back, we still open up into a good body cavity. We keep our spine kind of set in us in our hip and tail head together in motion. I think our rear legs very attractive, yet still I think it reaches, it grabs, it kind of maintains everything and puts it all together. I think just a very, very high quality female that's got substance and still I think is built correct. Young man's bald-faced female that's circling in front of me, I think runs with her in regards to quality because I do think she's a feminine female that's got a nice look. I think she's heavy structured, she's deep-sided, just outmassed. I think substantially. Right in behind her shoulder we're flattened. We maybe don't hook up quite as strong there in our spine. A moderate, deep, smooth, easy fleshing kind of a female that comes next. Maybe not the prototype of what we've been going with today, but I see value in her moderation, her frame, her depth. I think she keeps easy on air and stays fleshy in the pasture, and so I'll appreciate that. Out here, she's a little jammed up. She's a little plainer necked, and she's a little longer in regards to her front feet. I want to trim that up just a touch. I want to open up the young man's black heifer and her full rib, see her spine, and specifically her loin hook in a little smoother. I like the performance. I like the depth. I do read a refined quality look up through her front end. Very attractive kind of red heifer that comes next. She's got a feminine front end that's tied good and ahead of her shoulder. I think her strength of spine is good. Get into her. I want more foot size, a stouter skeleton, and a more robust build, but I like her look of quality. Female that wraps up is just a little behind in regards to maturity, mass, and performance, but I do like her length of stride. The way she gets out and travels is very, very comfortable. Good class, strong class winner.
Just a quick announcement that if you purchased a lunch ticket, you can pick up your sandwich now. You need to bring your meal tickets with you. And the results for Class 7. In 6th, Exhibitor 218, Parker Dugan. 5th, Exhibitor 215, Cole Mobley. 4th, Exhibitor 214, Benjamin Harden. 3rd, Exhibitor 216, Presley Ballard. Reserve champion Class 7 was 221, Jack Shackelford. And your champion Class 7 was 219, Maddox McCullum. Now entering is Class 8, 8 entries, heifers born between October 1st and October 31st of 2025. Exhibitor 222, Emmy Dahlmeyer. Exhibitor 223, Keely Dahlmeyer. Exhibitor 224, Lexi Ballard. Exhibitor 225, Priscilla Roberts. Exhibitor 226, Kale Jadlika. Exhibitor 228, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 229, Megan Ruther. And Exhibitor 230, Savannah Skaggs. take a minute to finish up with the other sponsors. Platinum sponsors are Beefmaster Cattle Women, Santa Ana Ranch, Jansen Beefmasters, and 4 de Julio Beefmasters. Thank you to our platinum sponsors. Our gold sponsors are Circle M Beefmasters, SCS Beefmasters, Bar G Ranch and the Glazer family, 4M Beefmasters, Bowman Farms Beefmasters, Live Oak BBA, The Revolution Cattle Company, Doré Cattle Company, Legacy Beefmaster Cattle, Strategy Cattle, Rocking P Cattle Company, Ellis Beefmasters, Lissy Beefmasters, Azel Beefmasters with William and Gene O'Connor, the Bouchard Beefmasters, and Cactus Hill Ranch, Jay and Michelle Ewing. Thank you to all of our gold sponsors. And finishing out with our sponsors, our silver sponsors are J.E. Ranch, Blue Ribbon Beefmasters, Ballard's 4B Beefmaster, 3C Colburn Cattle Company, Cross Creek Ranch, Rocking SMH Cattle Company, Transova, 3R Cattle Company, Ryan, Hannah, and Addison Morgan, Greg and Lori Swanky, Rocking Bee Farms Beefmasters, Brian Moles, Elgin Breeding Service, Tassin Cattle Company, Hilltop Ranches, KRC Beefmaster, the Morgan Family Cattle Company, Arkansas BBA, Star C Beefmasters, Victoria Beefmasters, Louisiana BBA, Gene Source, Circle D Ranch, Kate Ranch, and the Terry Family Farms. Thank you to all of our sponsors for helping us put on a show here in West Monroe, Louisiana. Need class 9, 10, and 11 to the makeup arena. Classes 9, 10, and 11 to the makeup arena.
Another wonderful class, a very competitive class. Probably spent as much time thinking through these top three because I like all three of these heifers. They're just way, way different in the way they're put together. And so as a judge, you've got to find a kind and stick to a kind, but you've also got to be able to punt every now and then when there's something that you like that comes through that maybe is just a shade different. Black heifer definitely fits a little more of the mold that we've been pulling together in regards to the way they're put together from the side. I like her shoulder shape and the smoothness that she represents. I like her length and femininity there up front. Still, I think a good soft kind of a rib cage, length of hips good, rear leg usage is good. We could probably just crack that heifer open a touch. If we're going to make her perfect, we need to bolden her up. But I like her build quality and her structure is very, very solid. The different one, or the kicker in this group, is the heifer that's in second. I think her boldness, her natural thickness, her body dimension, kind of the ruggedness that she represents, and still a loose kind of a skeleton are all really, really unique. She's a little more jammed up. She doesn't have the extension, the femininity, the refinement there ahead of her shoulder, but I think from their back, certainly broad, dense, and very genuine. That's definitely the power heifer of the bunch. Love the look and the presence of the next female. She's very feminine, smooth, and attractive. Get into her, and I read her to be the flattest of the first three, and so I just want to open her up right in behind her shoulder, bolden her up out of her hip, and see more substance, but I love her look of quality. She'll be tough as she matures. Deep, smooth, easy flesher that comes next. Hip backs where I want to fix her. She's a little round rump. She's a little awkward in the way she uses her rear leg up there in front of that. I think very quality. The star-headed heifer that comes next, I think, has a bright future. We just need more depth, more flesh, and to continue to mature, but a really, really attractive, very alert, very smooth-built kind of a female. Like I said, I just want to soften her up, but I think she's got a great future. Next pair of heifers are similar. They're long-bodied. They move good enough. I want more depth and softness. And then we wrap up with a female that's a little straighter shouldered, a little tighter made. I think just proportionality. She's a little heavier fronted, but I like the fact that she does still flesh easy. She's got enough just smoothness and depth. I just want to see her hinge and freer out of her hip and hock. Good set of cattle, very competitive top trio. Congratulations.
Results for Class 8. 8th, Exhibitor 229, Megan Ruther. 7th, Exhibitor 222, Amy Dahlmeyer. 6th, Exhibitor 223, Keely Dahlmeyer. 5th, Exhibitor 225, Priscilla Roberts. 4th, Exhibitor 228, Casey Bruni. 3rd, Exhibitor 224, Lexi Ballard. Reserve Champion Class 8, Exhibitor 226, Kale Jalika. And your champion Class 8, Exhibitor 230, Savannah Skaggs. Now entering the ring, Class 9, so 7 entries. So heifers born September 1st to September 30th of 25. Exhibitor 231, Jack Shackelford. Exhibitor 233, Peyton Lindeman. Exhibitor 234, Hannah Pace. Exhibitor 235, Avery Pearson. Exhibitor 236, Cale Tasson. Exhibitor 237, Jack Redden. And Exhibitor 238, Abigail Williamson.
good class. To be fully transparent, it did not go well out here. This whole class, I don't know if I got just the best look of a single one of them outside of maybe the heifer that was in second. She stood and set up pretty good for most of the time because I think she was far enough back. She missed a lot of the action. But a tough group to get put together initially. This heifer walked in, hit me like a ton of bricks, and I finally was just waiting for her to get back, put together, and give me the look that I know she has, and she does it. She pulls in together with a feminine, very attractive, yet still bulky kind of a body type. I love her rib, not only in regards to the shape, but the natural depth it represents. Get around behind that female, and she is genuine. She's genuinely wide pinned, has some stifle, some real shape, and I think that's something we've got to keep in mind when sorting through some of these classes, is some of them maybe didn't have just quite enough real shape, and she's got it. We're a little tight-loined. That's probably the one thing I'd poke on her. I think disposition probably doesn't help, but I still see her just a little tighter there in her spine. Good, solid cattle that comes next. Not the look and extension up front you find in the heifer that leads off. We're probably not even just quite as rugged in the way we're built, but you talk about function and production traits, she's excellent. She's good-bodied. She's smooth-jointed. She travels as comfortable as any of them. Like I said, she showed off and probably gave you as good of a look at her until now. Really a well put together female that's got balance and quality, just none of the extras you find in the female that leads out. I want to trim this next heifer up in terms of condition. Where we're at age-wise, that's probably a little concerning for me, is the depth there through her chest, some of the fat that's starting to deposit there in the front side of her udder. And so I challenge you to try and lean her up so you don't maybe inflict some damage on her as a cow, but I like the substance. I thought she was sounder than the heifer that comes next, because I think front 2/3 and composition of this heifer is really good. She's feminine, she's bold, she's attractive. I read her a little tight in her pasterns. When we watched them travel, I thought she was the most restricted in her rear stride of the cattle towards the top end. Want to soften this next heifer up just in regards to her rib cage and see more depth, but I do like her attractive kind of a front end, her strength of spine. She's a little more upright in her structure if we want to get down to it. I like the foot size, the length of stride, the comfort in this next female. She's probably just a little outmassed and outperformed in this bunch, but I think the quality's there. We wrap up with a nice, very athletic heifer. Young lady's tough. She's sticking with that female, not wanting to play along. Just didn't get good enough look at that female. She probably gives up some substance.
Results for Class 9, 7th, Exhibitor 238, Abigail Williamson. 6th, Exhibitor 233, Peyton Linneman. 5th, Exhibitor 235, Avery Pearson. 4th, Exhibitor 231, Jack Shackelford. 3rd, Exhibitor 234, Hannah Pace. Reserve Champion Class 9, Exhibitor 237, Jack Redden. And your Champion Class 9, Exhibitor 236, Cale Tassin. Now entering will be Class 10, 2 entries. These are heifers born August 1st to August 31st of 25. Exhibitor 239, Wiley Butler, and Exhibitor 240, Jency Heffron.
just 2 in this class, and so a group that we could probably work through a little quicker. But I think both quality cattle that'll fit in the drive. I told them both, at minimum, y'all are both going into the division drive, and so I think they're both deserving of that. You get into the pair and talk differences, though. I just think there's a bolder, a stouter, a more powerful version that we lead off with. I like foot size. I like the turn to our rib. I like the dimension we represent there out of our hip all the way on down to our base. And so she may be just a little coarser shouldered. We'll see where her smoothness and balance fits together in comparison to some of the other class winners, but she'll be every bit as stout and bold as anything that we've got in that particular drive. I like the soft lower joints. I like the depth of rib and the smoothness of the next female. I do think her shoulder lays on her body just a touch more appropriately. I like the refinement that she represents up front. She doesn't have just the genuine pride to her mid-body. I didn't read her hip, her base, and her structure quite as stout as the female that led out in front of her, but a good pair. Congratulations.
Results for Class 10. Reserve Champion Class 10, Exhibitor 240, Jency Heffron. Champion Class 10, Exhibitor 239, Wiley Butler. Class 11 will be entering the ring. It's the last class before the Division II drive. It's 3 entries. Exhibitor 241, Isabel Suits. Exhibitor 243, Creed Rand. And Exhibitor 244, Alejandro Arce.
Last class of this division, I believe, and another smaller class, but once again, I do think there's quality to land on. Between a top pair that I think are maybe just a little more moderate sized, a little bit more appropriately for what I like a mature cow to be built like. I think there's just way more honesty in regards to the turn of rib, the shape we read from up high, the stoutness of hip that we find in the female that leads off. And then, too, I think you study balance in the way they profile. We're nicer in the way we made out of our hip. We're stronger in the way our spine ties in right behind her shoulder. I like the depth. I like the soft lower joints and the flexibility of the next female. I think a very smooth, very long-strided, kind of a heifer that's functional. Get into her, and there's some balance pieces like top-line strength and levelness of hip that aren't quite as aesthetically pleasing as the heifer leads out, but I think the big difference is we're just not quite as bold. But like I said, very good structured, very deep-sided, really a functional type of female to run in second. A little bigger framed cow that comes next. That's probably my biggest thing is I would downsize her and or open her up just a touch, but she's level, she's smooth. I think she moves with way more than enough comfort. If you don't think she's a little bigger than you want them, I think you can see value in that female. I just want to tone her frame size and open her up a touch. 3 good heifers, a very competitive class. Congratulations once again.
Results for Class 11. Third, Exhibitor 243, Creed Rand, Reserve Champion Class 11. Exhibitor 241, Isabel Suits. And your champion, Class 11, Exhibitor 244, Alejandro Arce. We'll wait for the exhibitors to get back around to the entry gate. We'll have our Division II drive. Now entering is our Division II drive. Champion from Class 6, Exhibitor 213, Maddox McCullum. Champion from Class 7, Exhibitor 219, Maddox McCullum. Champion from Class 8, Exhibitor 230, Savannah Skaggs. Champion from Class 9, Exhibitor 236, Cale Tassin. Champion from 10, Class 10, Exhibitor 239, Wiley Butler. And your champion from Class 11, Exhibitor 244, Alejandro Arce. Your reserves, Class 6 was Bridger Etheridge, Reserve Champion Class 7, Jack Shackelford. Reserve Class 8, Cale Jadlika. Reserve Class 9, Jack Redden. Reserve Class 10, Jency Heffron. And a Reserve Class 11, Isabel Suits.
really a fun, very competitive division. Lots of classes, and some of them, especially early on, were pretty big competitive classes. And so to get back out here, I think there's some very, very strong seconds to go along with a very, very competitive lineup of firsts. And so we started out early. That one that won the first class is really, really neat. I think blends a sweet look with the right kind of shape. I thought genuinely a very powerful built female. We talked maybe we could just square her ankle or foot as you take her on down to the surface, but that female is very, very unique. Heifer that comes out of the second class, I think there's so many positives, that female, and you start to kind of describe what type she is, and I think she's just kind of more of the very solid, no-holes type of cattle. She's built correct. She's refined. She's smooth. I think her composition matches her age. I think her shape and genuineness is all there, and so maybe not the heaviest boned, the deepest, the boldest heifer in this drive, but you start to tack on what she does good. I think just the fact that she is so solid makes her a definite contender out here. Black heifer that won that next class, I think, did so on the preface of, I think, just her look, her smoothness, her depth, or kind of her show heifer look is all very, very good. You get into that female, and I think in comparison to probably cattle on both sides of her, she's maybe not as bold, but I love her running gear. I love her look of quality. That young lady does a nice job. If you can get the look of this heifer that you want, she sure enough is a standout in regards to her shape of her body, the ruggedness that she represents, the fact that she's that bold and big-topped and big-hipped and still can fit together with that kind of look. I'll get a little critical of her loin at times, but I think part of that is just the fact that she's just not right between the ears today and doesn't want to set herself up and pull herself together. And so you've got to decide. She is all the outlier pieces, tremendous quality. Is that one issue maybe enough to pick on her? I don't know. I think she's really good. Really bold, stout, powerful black female that's a little coarser shouldered out here, but like I said in class, I didn't think there'd be many of them that have more substance and power, and that still holds true. She's a genuinely bold, big-ended, very powerfully built female, just a little coarser shouldered. We wrap up with a nice female that is deep, smooth, stout, and sound. You could probably stretch her front end out just a touch to run with some of the elite outliers in this bunch, but she's certainly quality and fits out here amongst a very, very competitive lineup. Good show. My compliments on the depth of this division. I'll put the mic down, take one last look, and decide between a pair of cattle that I think are really, really good.
Your Division II champion bred known heifer came out of Class 7, Exhibitor 219, Maddox McCullum. And your Division II reserve champion bred known heifer came out of Class 9, Exhibitor 236, Cale Tassin. Need Class 15 and 16 to the makeup arena. Class 15 and 16 to the makeup arena. Now entering will be Class 14. So 8 entries. Heifers born June 1st to June 31st of 25. Exhibitor 245, Riley Elizabeth Purvis. Exhibitor 246, Kelsey Jones. Exhibitor 247, Walker Jones. Exhibitor 249, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 250, Levi Heffron. Exhibitor 251, Trey Ladner. Exhibitor 252, Lila Mooneyham, and Exhibitor 253, Adley McQuistion.
Attention in the barn, we need Peyton Swanky, entry 255 for class 15. Peyton Swanky, entry 255, class 15 to the holding area.
good strong class back after a tough division. We run into a tough top trio, which ultimately sorts into what I consider to be a pretty tough top pair. And I think there's a lot of similarities in this cattle. They're cattle that have look. They're cattle that still have enough rib and thickness, and so you've got to dig deeper. I read the heifer to lead off, pasture and set, the shape of her foot, and the way she maintains her spine and top line in motion to me to be just a shot more attractive and a shot more correct. And still, I think that's a tall-fronted female that's got a neat look up front. I think plenty of substance. Next heifer's unique. I like her depth of body. I think for a female to have that much American character, her front end is beautiful. I mean, I think that's what they need to be like. There's a little bit of leather there, but it's smooth. It ties correctly. Her body shape's nice. She's a little tight on her pasterns. She's a little more upright in her lower joints, and as a consequence, when you watch her travel, will creep up in the middle of our loin just ever so slightly. And so I want to set her loin in her top end or softer. Unique heifer, a ground sow, and she's the outlier of the top three. I read her to be just a little shorter bodied, just a little waistier, and that's probably where I would fix her. But I love her depth. I love her foot size, her bone work, her looseness of structure. Probably as comfortable as any cattle in this lineup. Just a little shorter and a little waistier in regards to a little extra skin, a little extra condition. Big, feminine, attractive female. She's a little awkward in her grow bone and the way she's built in her hip and tail head. I want to open her up just a touch, but I like her strength of lines. I like her refinement and her look of quality. Long-spined, attractive female that's got shape. I want it to come with more depth. That comes next. She's got probably one frame score more than we need, probably just one click less body. I think one or the other, and you could probably move her up a spot, but I want to moderate her and soften her up just a touch. I want to fix the udder just a little bit on this next female, and so we'll watch as she starts to lactate and bag up. If it'll square up some, she's a little gathered, a little bigger in her front teats, maybe just a little plainer up front, but I think her structure's good, her body shape's good. She's a solid, basic kind. Feminine, smooth, loose, strided female that's a little awkward in her hip and rear leg, gets outmassed and outperformed. We wrap up with a female that just doesn't have the mass, the weight per day of age, the dimension to run with some of the other cattle, but I still think very functional in her type and low input in her kind. So good lineup, very strong top pair. Congratulations.
Results for Class 14 and 8th, Exhibitor 251, Trey Ladner. 7th, Exhibitor 247, Walker Jones. And 6th, Exhibitor 250, Levi Heffron. 5th, Exhibitor 246, Kelsey Jones. 4th, Exhibitor 245, Riley Elizabeth Purvis. 3rd, Exhibitor 249, Casey Bruni. Reserve Champion Class 14, Exhibitor 253, Adley McQuistion. And your champion Class 14, Exhibitor 252, Lila Mooneyham. Now entering will be Class 15, 4 entries. Heifers born May 1st to May 31st of 25. Exhibitor 853, Douglas Frosch. Exhibitor 254, Creed Rand. Exhibitor 255, Peyton Swanky. And Exhibitor 256, Madeline Womack.
smaller class we worked through quickly and probably of the day. Maybe the class that I think just bam, bam, bam together about as easy as any. I think this heifer that wins does so quickly in regards to not only her build quality but her genuineness. I think she's got a rounder rib, stouter, more powerful hip than the heifer in second. I think the big kicker, the icing on the cake, is she's quite a bit fresher compositionally, more honest in regards to her fat cover. I think a well put together female that comes next. She's really loose strided. She's got a good set of feet and legs built underneath her. I like her depth of body. We could maybe just bolden her up a touch when you get on either end of her. The big thing is I'd trim her up, and I know that there's a fine line between easy fleshing and probably pushing them past the point of ideal. And I know on show feed, if they're not fleshy, they're probably a little hard doing. But there is a potential where maybe we see a little damage on fertility and udder quality if we push them too far. I'd trim her up just a touch, but I don't think she's that excessive. Good quality cattle, though. Next female I do think is more honest compositionally. I want to fix the way she's made out of her hip. She's a little awkward in the shape of her foot. We wrap up with a female that I think's got good femininity, good extension. I think hip height and frame size all kind of fits together there. I want to fix maybe her hip and rear leg, but the biggest thing, I just didn't think she had the muscle and thickness to run with those opening three. Good lineup, though. Congratulations.
Results for Class 15. Fourth, Exhibitor 853, Douglas Frosch. Exhibitor 255 is in third, Peyton Swanky. Your reserve champion, Class 15, Exhibitor 254, Creed Rand. And your champion, Class 15, Exhibitor 256, Madeline Womack. Now entering the ring, Class 16, 4 entries, April 1st to April 30th of 25. Exhibitor 257, Gage Seal. Exhibitor 258, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 259, Avery Pearson. And Exhibitor 260, Riley Denman.
tough class. Probably one of the more difficult classes to sort because there's so many extremely different body types, and you just got to kind of go back to basics and pick them the way you like them. Similar to kind of the same reason when they won the last class. I think same picture here. She's more genuine in regards to boldness and shape. She's fresher composition, being a little trimmer there in her chest floor, back around her tailhead. I still think she maintains mobility. Is she the most moderate or the deepest or the smoothest one in this bunch? Probably not, but I think everything checks out. She's a very, very solid female. I think wins pretty quickly in this group. Like the function of this next heifer, really a feminine, deep, smooth-built kind of a female that's got nice set to her pasterns, her length of stride, and her top line comfort's excellent. Get into her. I read her a little flat. I want to trim her up in her chest, back around her tailhead. Next female, shoulder forward, I've got to refine her up some. She's a little cresty, a little more masculine in the shape of her head, but I do think as a cow, she's easier fleshing, she's more moderate, she uses her rear leg more effectively. Like the femininity, I like the smoothness of this next heifer. I want to see her get out and hinge and handle her hind leg just to shade more comfortably. She's a little short and steep in her hip. She's a little coarse in her hock and is probably the shortest strided of the bunch in this class. If you wanted to say she's feminine, she's got more look and refinement, I think you could run her as high as second. I was just the most bothered by the way she used her hip and rear leg in this bunch.
Results for Class 16. Fourth, Exhibitor 260, Riley Denman. Third, Exhibitor 258, Casey Bruni. Reserve Champion Class 16, 259, Avery Pearson. And Champion Class 16, Exhibitor 257, Gage Seal. Now entering is Class 17, 8 entries. Heifers born March 1st to March 31st of 25. Exhibitor 261, Emmy Dahlmeyer. Exhibitor 262, Lane Seal. Exhibitor 263, Casey Connor. Exhibitor 264, Caden Lee. Exhibitor 265, Maddox McCullum. Exhibitor 266, Daniel Brister. Exhibitor 267, Creed Rand. And Exhibitor 268, Taylor Drinkwine.
good class, really, really strong top pair, and yet still, I think hip and rear leg and spine on the female that leads off is just an advantage that she has over the heifer that's second that I can't get over. I think she's better in her loin, her length of hip, the shape to her hock, her ability to get out, grab, and travel with comfort's very, very good, and yet still she fits together. Is she as feminine as clean up through her front end as the heifer in second? Probably not, but I think her proportions are awesome. I like the ruggedness, the bulkiness, the body dimension. Like I said, I think she's better in her hip and rear leg. Next heifer's neat. She's got a very feminine, refined kind of a front end. I like her depth. I think she's really, really smooth in the way she puts things together. Right in behind her shoulder, I didn't think she opened in her upper rib quite as bold, but the big thing is I thought she was a little awkward the way she used her hip and her rear leg, but I think a quality female that's certainly competitive in this lineup. Black heifer needs just a shot more substance, but I thought of what was left. I like her function. I like her freshness better than some of the cattle that continue. Deep-sided, smooth, big-footed one that can travel, a little waisty in regards to condition. I want to trim her brisket. I want to trim her navel and underline up just a touch. Same with this next female, moderate, deep, easy fleshing. I'm just afraid we've probably got her a little chubbier than she needs to be. We need to start peeling some of that extra bark off. We run into a heifer that gives up some substance. She's a little longer in her toe shape, but I do think she's fresher than some of the cattle that went ahead. Female that gives up some mass and performance, but I do think she's functional, low input. We wrap up with a heifer I want to downsize just a touch in terms of her frame size. Open her up, but I do think she's good in terms of soundness of structure, femininity. Just want to stouten her up a touch, but good lineup, strong top pair. Congratulations.
Results for Class 17. In 8th, Exhibitor 266, Daniel Brister. 7th, Exhibitor 261, Emmy Dahlmeyer. 6th, Exhibitor 263, Casey Connor. 5th, Exhibitor 267, Creed Rand. 4th, Exhibitor 268, Taylor Drinkwine. 3rd, Exhibitor 262, Lane Seal. Reserve Champion Class 17, Exhibitor 265, Maddox McCullum. And your champion Class 17, Exhibitor 264, Caden Lee. Now entering the ring, Class 18, 6 entries. Heifers born February 1st to the 28th of February of 2025. Exhibitor 269, Madeline Womack. Exhibitor 270, Drake Johnson. Exhibitor 271, Kaylee Beeson. Exhibitor 272, Braden Lee. Exhibitor 273, Hayden Williams. And Exhibitor 274, Bridger Etheridge.
I knew it would come. It was destined to happen. Young man does a good job, and we kind of made a joke because he's been second, I think, like 17 times today, and he finally won his class. And so my compliments to him. And I think you start to piece together the cattle that come in 2 and 3. This heifer's just the best combination. She's got the substance, the body mass, the moderation of frame that you find in the heifer in second, with the feet, the quality of structure, the looseness of structure that you find in the heifer that we've got in second. And so to me, outside of probably being just a little past 12 o'clock condition-wise, I think she's a solid heifer that's got to lead off in this particular class. I want to trim her up just a little, like I said, but good cattle there. Next female, I think, does end up in second because of structure, and I had her third for a while. But the longer you study second and third, the shape of her foot's better, the depth of her heel, the way her pastern, her hock, and her top line all comes together in motion is just quite a bit more comfortable. She's a little low-eared and not very alert, which is kind of awkward. And there is just a skosh extra frame in that female, but I love her structure. I think she's built really well. Young lady's red female, I think she comes in, and my initial kind of gut tells me, well, there's our class winner because she's moderate like I like. Her rib cage, her genuineness, her shape, her look is really good. We get her in motion. I thought her feet were a little off. Her pastern set's a little off. We study. She'll miss her stride. She'll step outside of herself as she goes away. But standing still, that female is beautiful and very well presented. I got to see her go just a nickel better. The paint's got a really neat look, extra elevation, a clean chest, and a quality front end. Her feet as well are not perfect. She's a little smaller footed. She's a little upright in her pastern. I just want to set her down with more depth of heel and more comfort as we take her to the surface. Black heifer could be leaned up just a touch, to be honest. She was a little harder to look at, as y'all would all probably attest to. She's a little frailer bone, not quite as rugged. We wrap up with a female that, for me, at this stage in the game, is pushing probably a little more waist there back into her udder. I wish there was a little less white meat, a little more red meat, but I do think still functional in regards to fleshing ability. Really like her teat size and placement.
Results for Class 18, 6th, Exhibitor 273, Hayden Williams. 5th, Exhibitor 270, Drake Johnson. 4th, Exhibitor 272, Braden Lee. 3rd, Exhibitor 269, Madeline Womack. Your reserve champion, Class 18, Exhibitor 271, Kaylee Beeson. And your champion, Class 18, Exhibitor 274, Bridger Etheridge. Now entering Class 19, 12 entries. Heifers born January 1st to January 30th of 25. Exhibitor 275, Peyton Lindeman. 276, Emery Deathridge. 277, Avery Pearson. 278, Bridger Etheridge. 279, Mabry McClure. 280, Cadence Hicks. 281, Hannah Pace. 282, Amy Collier. 283, Lexus Williamson. 284, Adeline Brooke. 285, Abigail Williamson. And 286, Lexi Ballard.
My apologies. A big class, and it took me a little while to get worked through these because I think it's a challenging group to put together. Lots and lots of parts and pieces, kind of a mixed bag out here, and so you've got to just be comfortable with where you land. The heifer that we lead off with, I thought was just kind of the most problem-free. I read her composition to be an improvement on maybe the heifer directly behind her. I like her look, her extension, her extra stature, maybe just a shot more than the heifer directly behind her. And then you compare the female that's very good that comes in third, and I think she's genuinely just a shade wider kind of all the way through. And so is she elite in any one area? Maybe not, but like we try to find cattle that are very solid, she's just very good in a lot of categories. And so nice female to lead off. This heifer's foot shape, udder quality, moderation of frames, all really good. You watch her travel, I think she's got tremendous amount of comfort to her lower joint work. As she gets wetter in terms of her bag, hopefully her teats will space out, but I love the size. She'll maybe run downhill just a touch. She gets a little sluggish when we ask her to just get out and travel, but sure enough, a contender in that class. If you like her better than the class winner, I think there's justification there as well. Really a feminine, refined, attractively built heifer that comes next. And so if you want to say that her look of quality and the way she's put together from the sides enough that she needs to go ahead and lead off, cool. I didn't think there was just quite as much body mass, performance, natural thickness in that female. Looking at him, she probably just seemed the furthest away from calf as well, but a good quality, well-built, well-put together female. Next heifer is a little awkward in her hip and rear leg, but I like her refinement. I like her depth and smoothness. This heifer plays on me for a while because I don't know if she maybe just got her feet trimmed recently or what it is, but she's very tender and very sore there, or just a little knuckly when you take her to her lower joints. If you scratch that, I think she's top 3 in this class. I love her look, but every step, she knuckles, she pops, and she struggles. I think if she sets her heel down deeper, you could argue that female's, like I said, a top 3 contender in this bunch. I want to refine and give this female maybe just a slightly more female look. She's a little crestier at her neck, a little deep in her chest, a little broader in the shape of her head. We could probably trim her up, but she is a performance cow that's bold, very, very stout and powerful. I just want to trim her up. Run into a pair that probably get outmassed in regards to performance. The young lady's really, really fast heifer, just maybe doesn't have quite the guts, but I do think she's got the refinement and the look that we're after. Red cow's a little tall and a little flat, but I like her extension. We wrap up with a pair of females that just need more depth, more softness, but I still think they've got look and they've got strength to their lines. And so good class, once again, a very challenging class. My compliments.
Results for Class 19. 10th, Exhibitor 277, Avery Pearson. 9th, Exhibitor 283, Lexus Williamson. 8th, Exhibitor 279, Mabry McClure. 7th, Exhibitor 275, Peyton Linneman. 6th, Exhibitor 281, Hannah Pace. 5th, Exhibitor 284, Adeline Brooke. 4th, Exhibitor 282, Emmy Collier. 3rd, Exhibitor 278, Bridger Etheridge. Reserve Champion Class 19, Exhibitor 276, Emmy Deathridge. And your champion Class 19, Exhibitor 286, Lexi Ballard. Now entering is Division 3. Champions from Class 14, Lila Mooneyham. Champion from Class 15, Madeline Womack. Champion from Class 16, Gage Seal. Champion from Class 17, Caden Lee. Champion from Class 18, Bridger Etheridge. And your champion from Class 19, Lexi Ballard. Reserve champions from Class 14, Adley McQuistion. From Class 15, Reserve Champion was Creed Rand. Reserve Champion from Class 16, Avery Pearson. From Class 17, Maddox McCullum. Reserve from Class 18, Kaylee Beeson. And a reserve from Class 19, Emery Deathridge.
We start getting up in age, and these cattle are getting deeper and more challenging, and I think there's becoming even more variation. I thought there was quite a bit of variation just in frame size and condition when we were talking about those calves, but we're moving the other way, and where we were seeing some of those calves that were a little green compositionally, probably one of the biggest detriments that pushed some cattle a little further down in the class than maybe they'd hope was we're getting them a little too fat, and I think that's something that we'll definitely need to watch as we're managing these heifers on into maturity, is making sure that we keep them compositionally lean enough that we don't affect their functional longevity when we turn them out and try and make cows out of them. We turn back and we study through each one of these class winners, and you can kind of see kind of right here in the middle where these cattle start to bulk up and get a shade more mature versus the ones that are up front that are a little more juvenile, a little more refined. And I'm not saying they're not in contention, because I think that lets them be a little fresher, a little more youthful in their look. They maybe don't have the body dimension and the mass that we find in the cattle that kind of stay to my left side. And then so you start thinking, well, where's middle ground? How can we fit together cattle that have enough fleshing ability, they're fleshy enough for where they're at in their age, yet still I think they're compositionally clean enough, and I think that's what we're looking for. And so out here I think there's a female that's easy fleshing but acceptable compositionally, that's got a really nice build and balance and fits together really, really good. Young ladies, yellow star-headed heifer in front of me is going to be your division champion. Congratulations.
Your Division 3 champion bred known heifer came out of Class 17, exhibitor 264, Caden Lee. Your Division 3 reserve champion bred known heifer came out of Class 18, exhibitor 274, Bridger Etheridge. Now entering the ring will be Class 22, 4 entries. These are heifers from November 1st to December 31st of 24. Exhibitor 287, Peyton Swanky. Exhibitor 288, Presley Ballard. Exhibitor 289, Riley Brooke Upham. and exhibitor 291, Hannah Pace.
Not an easy class, not an easy group to work through, and so I commend you if you think that you know how it needs to go, because I think there's quite a bit of variation. Honestly, the heifer, though, that leads off, you start checking the boxes and start kind of looking for problems, and she's definitely the one you have the hardest time finding something you'd want to change. And she's moderate frame, she's feminine, she's the most acceptable from a composition standpoint. I think her feet are shaped right, her structure's built appropriately. I think she's age appropriate in regards to her size. I mean, there's really not any big flaws in that female when you talk about how she fits in amongst this group. She's not the most massive. She's not the fattest, so she doesn't have the extra appearance of being deep bodied, but I think you start checking away at things. I think she does come to the top pretty quickly, in my opinion. I think if you trim kind of the lower third off of this next heifer, you can really find some features you like. Beautiful headed, strong top, the square, attractive hind leg. I think the way she's built in her structure is really good. There's too much waist down low for me. I want to trim her brisket. I want to trim her back into her udder, and so I think once you go home from junior national, kick her out, let her lean up a little bit. I think you'll have more longevity in that female if you do so. Bold sprung, big topped, big hips, stout heifer. My challenge with her is I guess I didn't read her quite as feminine, but I think she too is a little deeper in her chest in regards to fat. She's got more fat back into her udder, but she's still not as deep bodied, and so you're giving up depth of body, but you're still adding extra condition. I want to soften her up and loosen her stride. We wrap up with a female that's a little straighter shouldered, a little flatter in her forerib, but I do think she's compositionally more acceptable than both of the cattle that walk out in front of her. I just want to bulk her up there in her body cavity. But good class, very strong class winner. Congratulations.
Results for Class 22. Fourth, Exhibitor 287, Peyton Swanky. Third, Exhibitor 291, Hannah Pace. Your reserve champion, Class 22, is 289, Riley Brooke Upham. And your champion, Class 22, was Presley Ballard, Exhibitor 288. So last reminder that lunch was delivered earlier, so if you have meal tickets and meal bands and you're wanting that lunch, it's only going to be here for just a little bit longer. Now entering the ring, Class 23, 7 entries. Heifers born September 1st to October 31st of 24. Exhibitor 292, Savannah Skaggs. Exhibitor 295, Keely Dahlmeyer. Exhibitor 296, Addison Morgan. Exhibitor 297, Lila Mooneyham. Exhibitor 298, Jency Heffron. Exhibitor 299, Benjamin Harden. And Exhibitor 301, Jack Shackelford.
another challenging class and some head scratchy situations in here that you've really got to think about what makes the most sense, what you can live with as a judge. Because, I mean, we've got Septembers that calved in July, and we've got Octobers that are 1 month bred, all in the same class. And then you've got to judge them. And so that's the challenge, is that there's so much variation in gestation length. I'm not saying anybody's not telling the truth. I'm just saying that's a challenge as a judge when you've got cow-calf pairs in the same class is a heifer that's 1 month bred, or there's even one they weren't sure if they were bred. And so I'm trying to make good cows that are fertile, and I think this female that leads off fits that perfectly. I think she's right where she needs to be gestationally. I like her frame size. That's probably why. She's moderate. She's got rib and fleshing ability. She's got quality to her structure. I think just a very, very solid female to lead off in this group. Young Man's Heifer, I think, runs with her. I like the freshness of composition that she represents. I think top line, hip, and rear leg are really good. She's a little straighter in her shoulder. To me, she's a little coarser in her look up front, but I like her depth of body and her moderation of frame over the female that's in third. Good quality in this next female. I think her strength of lines, her refinement, her extension is really good. To me, she's a little bigger and a little shallower. I just want to moderate her and soften her up there in her midrib, but I appreciate her look of quality. The next female, like I said, she's a September or October. She comes in as a cow-calf pair. I like that she's got some productivity built into her. Udder quality is good. She's a little awkward in her foot shape. That calf's pulling on her, making her maybe read just a little harder doing. Black heifer's hard to get a look at. I think when you get a good look, you like her femininity and her depth of body. She's just a little awkward in the way she's proportioned. Like I said, it's hard to really get a good look at her to put her in a place where she goes. The black baldies, a little high flanked, especially since we've got just a little flesh back there in our udder, a little crest here, but I love her mobility, her length of comfort. I want to free this next heifer up on her rear leg. She's a little tight in her pasture and out of her hip, but I do think she's moderate, easy fleshing. I like her rib cage. Young lady does a nice job.
Results from Class 23. 7th, Exhibitor 298, Jency Heffron. 6th, Exhibitor 299, Benjamin Harden. 5th, Exhibitor 296, Addison Morgan. 4th, Exhibitor 295, Keely Dahlmeyer. 3rd, Exhibitor 297, Lila Mooneyham. Reserve Champion Class 23, Jack Shackelford. And your champion Class 23, Savannah Skaggs. Now entering the ring, Class 24, 4 entries, heifers born July 1st to August 31st of 2024. Exhibitor 856, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 303, Peyton Williams. Exhibitor 304, Cody Barnett. And Exhibitor 305, Cadence Hicks.
another one of those situations where you've got a balance now. We've got pairs in with cattle that are bred and maybe a heifer that's not even bred. And so that's a challenge, and I commend the female for coming in most gestationally correct, but you start to get in there's more to the picture than that, and so I try to stay as balanced as I can. Heifer that leads off, she's 5 or 6 months bred, and so we're all right there. I do think her look of quality or extra substance in regards to foot size, bone, hip, and body shape all reads like that female needs to go ahead and win this class pretty quickly, in my opinion. She's a little crestier at the top of her neck. I'd maybe clean that up, but I do think she needs to lead off. I like the rib, the moderation, the fleshing ability of this next female, and I guess that's the thing to balance here between 2 and 3 is she is fleshier. This one's got a calf. Where do you project them kind of on into production? I do think this female's got more rib. She's also got just more performance and body dimension, and so I appreciate that. She's a little spaced out in her rear foot. She's a little awkward in the way she uses her pasturing. I commend this young man and his cow for getting bred and calving on time. She's got a beautiful udder and tremendous milk flow. Almost the standpoint is I'm worried if we can keep enough flesh on that female in kind of a natural pasture setting. She's a little thin, considering she's probably been in the barn. Bold, stout, high-performing, dimensional female that comes next, a little tighter going. I wish she was a little further along in calf. I appreciate that young man's honesty, though. Shot me straight, and I will remember that for sure. And so good class, strong class winner. Congratulations.
Results for Class 24. Fourth, Exhibitor 303, Peyton Williams. Third, Exhibitor 856, Casey Bruni. Reserve Champion Class 24, Exhibitor 305, Cadence Hicks. Champion Class 24, Exhibitor 304, Cody Barnett. Now entering the ring, Class 25, 3 entries. Heifers born May 1st to June 30th of 24. Exhibitor 306, Sophia Garza. Exhibitor 307, Priscilla Roberts. And Exhibitor 308, Kale Tassin.
Pull this black heifer on up to the front, and I think a very, very nice female that's kind of built the way I like him. She's not excessive anywhere, but I think everything checks out. She's good structured. She's refined and feminine. Her body shape, her top line strength, and her rear is very good. And then even with that, I think she's got a nice udder forming under her. And so a female that I like an awful lot. Young lady does a good job bringing just a really, really complete kind of a female in. Next heifer, I think, has got some neat features. I like her extension up front. She's probably bigger pinned, naturally wider behind than the heifer that let out in front of her. She's odd in the fact that you don't say this a whole lot, but she's probably too soft in her joint work for me. I think her heel's shallow, her length of toes a little long, and she probably buries her pastern into the dirt, for me, a little deeper than I want. So I'd pick her up on her rear pasterns. She's maybe not quite as soft and smooth as that heifer that leads out, but I like her neck. I like her hip width and shape. Very nice female to end up second in a tough pair. I want to fix the udder on the next heifer, and that's kind of the thing that I would work on. I think phenotype-wise, she fits in amongst this bunch, or I guess look and eye appeal-wise, she fits in with this bunch just as good. I think she's feminine, strong top, stout-hipped. I think she's in right rig. It's just as she's starting to get a little heavier, her udder's getting a little coarse for me, and so I want to refine her teat size. He does a nice job. That is a nice heifer. Wish her udder was better.
Results for Class 25 and third, Exhibitor 307, Priscilla Roberts. Reserve Champion Class 25, Exhibitor 306, Sophia Garza. And your Champion Class 308, Kale Tassin. Entering the ring will be Class 27, 4 entries. Heifers born January 1st to February 29th of 2024. Exhibitor 309, Kale Tassin. Exhibitor 310, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 311, Kaylee Beeson. And Exhibitor 312, Lexi Ballard.
interesting the way this shakes out. And quite honestly, if you just looked, it looks kind of like you placed them best udder to worst udder. But there's more that goes into it. But I do think that our class winner has a fantastic bag when we talk about squareness, teat size, length, placement's awesome. Got a nice calf that's kind of getting started, and so love her look of quality, her strength of lines, the rear legs she sets down, the body shape, and the freshness in the rig she comes to us in. She's a little awkward or a little just kind of tender-footed at times, and the arena's starting to get packed down, and she's maybe just a little sore there at the surface, but golly, I really do think her udder is as good as you could put one together, and she gives you a really neat look. Good calf raiser. This next one is, I mean, she's got a big strapping bull calf. She's moderate sized. She's got a good udder in terms of teat size, quality, and spacing. I didn't think that cow was quite as attractive there, kind of up through her front end as the one that walked out. I think from there back, though, like I said, that's calf raiser. I like her moderation of frame or rib or udder quality. I think her structure, specifically the length of her feet, is an advantage in her over the heifer that comes next. Because the heifer that comes next is doing a good job. That's a good bull calf she's got. She's a little long-toed. Her back quarters don't have quite enough milk in them for me, and so I'd maybe level her udder out just a touch. But that's a good phenotyped cow in regards to stoutness, body shape, and dimension. And then once again, we wrap up. I talked about maybe it's kind of best udder to worst udder, and I mean she's a little coarser in terms of teat size and just a little more gathered in their placement. But her bull calf's very strong. I think a competitive bull calf that's got a nice future. I think that cow, outside of her udder, I like her rib, her muscle mass, her dimension. Just want to kind of refine her teat size just a touch. But she's doing a good job. 4 nice cow-calf pairs. Congratulations.
Results for Class 27. Fourth, Exhibitor 310, Casey Bruni. Third, Exhibitor 312, Lexi Ballard. Reserve Champion Class 27, Kaylee Beeson. And your Champion Class 27, Kale Tassin.
We're going to circle her in and talk her and then pull her on out and bring her back in for the drive. We kind of laughed. He won his second class of the day. I told him I should have beat him earlier and waited till the single entry to let him win. But no, good cow, nice female on her side in terms of a bloomy heifer calf that's still got quality. I think just a very solid female. Probably not just the most rugged and stout heifer that we've had today, but probably as refined and as attractive in quality as you could probably want to draw one. And so very, very nice female. Congratulations. We wrap up with a strong pair.
Champion Class 28, Exhibitor 313, Bridger Etheridge will be moving into the Division 4 champion drive. Now entering the ring, be our Division 4 drive, champion from Class 22, Exhibitor 288, Presley Ballard. Champion from Class 23, Exhibitor 292, Savannah Skaggs. Champion from Class 24, Exhibitor 304, Cody Barnett. Champion from Class 25, Exhibitor 308, Kale Tassin. Champion from Class 27, Exhibitor 309, Cale Tassin. And your champion from Class 28, Exhibitor 313, Bridger Etheridge. Your reserves from Class 22, Exhibitor 289, Riley Brooke Upham. Reserve from Class 23, Exhibitor 301, Jack Shackelford. Reserve from Class 24, Exhibitor 305, Cadence Hicks. Reserve from Class 25, Exhibitor 306, Sophia Garza. Reserve from Class 27, Exhibitor 311, Kaylee Beeson.
We wrap up with a really strong showing in this last division, and I enjoy working through these older cattle because you've got to kind of think more. You got to think, okay, well, this one calved here in relation to her age, and this one's not calved yet, but I think she's still on track, and you got to keep the production portion of it in your mind, yet still you've got to balance it with look. I don't want a good cow-calf pair that's plain. That doesn't really get me going, but I think it's the combination of kind of all of that in one that means the most to me. And so I enjoy, like I said, working through this division. We started out with some really good cattle, and as we continued into kind of where the pairs came, I thought there was differences in production in some of those cattle, but all in all, I would commend y'all on just the natural function of these cattle, and then also challenge y'all as breeders and showmen, as young people in this breed. Let's keep composition still in mind as we're focusing on getting these heifers right. There was probably a few more that needed to be just a shade leaner when we talk about especially the fat that's starting to develop there in their udder, right? And so at the end of the day, if we ruin our project to win a show and she doesn't work as a cow anymore, we probably are not really seeing the real value in all this. And so once again, my compliments. I think there's good cattle strung throughout this lineup. I think there's a female that's just the most me, and she checks kind of the boxes we talked about production-wise. I like the young lady's black heifer directly in front of me. She'll be your champion in this division.
Division 4 champion bred known heifer comes out of Class 25, Exhibitor 308, Cale Tassin. And your Division 4 reserve champion bred known heifer comes out of Class 27, Exhibitor 309, Cale Tassin. Give a few minutes for our exhibitors to walk back around to the entry gate for the overall drive. At the conclusion of the Bred-owned Heifer Show, we'll take a 15-minute break to allow for some pictures, and then we'll move into the Bred-owned Bull Show. Now entering the ring, Division I champion out of Class 3, Exhibitor 195, Addison Poe. Division II champion comes out of Class 7, Exhibitor 219, Maddox McCullum. Your Division III champion comes out of Class 17, Exhibitor 264, Caden Lee. And your Division IV champion comes out of Class 25, Exhibitor 308, Cale Tassin. Your reserve champion from Division I comes out of Class 1, Exhibitor 178, Cale Tassin. Your Division II reserve champion is out of Class 9, Exhibitor 236, Cale Tassin. Your Division III reserve champion comes out of Class 18, Exhibitor 274, Bridger Etheridge. And your Division 4 reserve champion comes out of Class 27, Exhibitor 309, Cale Tassin. Just a quick announcement that at the conclusion of this overall drive, we'll have a 15-minute break before we're starting the Bred-owned Bull Show.
we've still got a bull show to get through, and so we'll save the speeches for another time or another day. But I will tell you that I've enjoyed it thoroughly, and we started out strong in that calf division, and I like both of those, and we left a few that didn't make it back out to the drive in that division that I thought were incredibly strong. We bring them back out here, and to say that the babies aren't contenders in this bunch, I think would be foolish, because if you just kind of pound for pound, I think those two out of the first division are as good as the cattle that continue to follow. I thought that was a nice pair out of the next division. I thought the red heifer kept her spine, her top line, and everything proportioned a little better, and just a very, very solid female. Not an outlier in any one area. You start to kind of figure out where you like her, and it's just more, I guess, hard to punch a big hole in her. And so she's not the extreme, but she's very, very nice. A different body type in this next female, and in my mind, I'm trying to figure out where she fits because I really like her. I think her feet are huge, her structure's soft, her body cavity and thickness is really good. She's probably the most conventional just in terms of eye appeal in this bunch, but she's probably as rugged, loose, and comfortable structured as anything in this bunch, too. And so mentally I'm trying to figure out where she fits. That's good cattle, though. I think she deserves to be out here, and she's a contender. And then we wrap up with that last division, that black heifer, and I think tons and tons of look, of quality, of freshness. I think her structure checks out. I think her udder's starting to shape up the way you want it to. And so very, very solid female that when you start to study her in amongst this bunch, like some of the cattle we've talked about, it's where is the hole? And I guess that's the kind I like, trying to find the solid, the totals, the ones that check the most boxes. You could maybe just stouten up her rear leg ever so slightly in a perfect world, but she is feminine, quality, very fresh, good female there out of that last division. So a competitive lineup from the first division on. I think that you could do quite a few different things. And so I'm going to put the mic down. I'll go show you the cattle that I like in the order that I like them. But if you would, let's give all these kids a big round of applause. I don't think we've done enough of that today.
Your overall champion bred known heifer comes out of Division 4, Class 27, Exhibitor 309, Kale Tassin. Your overall reserve champion bred known heifer comes out of Division 1, Class 3, Exhibitor 195, Addison Poe. As a reminder, we'll take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll start the Bred Known Bull Show. now starting the Bred Known Bull Show. Class 1, 7 entries. Bulls born March 1st to March 31st of 26. Exhibitor 97, Corbin Grigg. Exhibitor 098, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 099, Brinley Beveridge. Exhibitor 0100, Kaylee Beeson. Exhibitor 101, Adley McQuistion. Exhibitor 102, Keely Dahlmeyer. And Exhibitor 104, Madeline Womack.
challenging lineup, and judging bulls at this age is a challenge just in general, because you know they're going to change so much as hormones continue to develop and their masculine features start to kind of come into play. Things will change, but I like the ruggedness of the bull that leads off, the body mass, the volume. I think his structure is probably where he wins in this particular group, because I think his shoulder, knee, hip, hind leg usage is awesome. He's got big square feet that are comfortable. His body shape's good. Right in behind his shoulder, we're just a little pinched, and that's probably where I'd fix him. I'd open him up right there at the backside of his blade, but I think that comes probably with just a little flesh and maturity. I like his build and body depth. This next bull's neat, and I think if we could get his loin to settle in him and things to smooth together, he probably wins the class. As it sits today, though, that's my biggest pick on him, is he wants to get up in his top just a little bit and roach as he goes, but I think he's got a sharper front end than even the bull that beats him. He's got a bolder, more descript shape down his top, and so I see a lot of future in that bull. Very, very high quality. Another quality bull that probably gave up some dimension to the bull in front of him and the bull behind him, but I think his structure is good. We've got a good shoulder angle, square kind of a foot and claw set. We travel with a kind of a fluid, comfortable build, and so I appreciate that kind, maybe just not the extra dimension. This is the kicker, is the black bull, and if you're comfortable with where he's at structurally, I think he can win this class, because he's the sharpest looking. He's got the most shape. He's also a little swollen or a little big there and coarse in his honk joint, and just a little straighter in his rear structure. And so make the call. I think it's a judgment call to me. I just wish he was a little sounder. Want to drop the flank of this next bull, but he's got great shape, and I like that. He's got a nice look. The next bull gets a little weaker, or excuse me, a little tighter in his top, a little rounder out of his hip, but I do think feet are good, body's good. I think he's way more than functional. I just wish we were a little leveler in the way we're built. Bull that wraps up is just the most juvenile. I think we need a little more mass, a little more dimension as we continue to mature, but I do think a very functional, very good structured bull that's got lots of utility.
Results for Class 1. 7th, Exhibitor 9-9, Brindley Beveridge. 6th, Exhibitor 9-8, Casey Bruni. 5th, Exhibitor 102, Keely Dahlmeyer. 4th, Exhibitor 104, Madeline Womack. 3rd, Exhibitor 9-7, Corbin Gregg. Reserve Champion Class 1, Exhibitor 101, Adley McQuistion. And your champion Class 1, Exhibitor 100, Kaylee Beeson. Now entering the ring, Class 2, 5 entries, bulls born February 1st to February 28th of 26. Exhibitor 105, Parker Dugan. Exhibitor 106, Casey Bruni. Exhibitor 107, Kelsey Jones. Exhibitor 108, Emmy Dahlmeyer. And Exhibitor 109, Cole Mobley.
another nice set of bulls, and still we're kind of in that juvenile stage where there's some guesswork that comes into this. And I guess that's with anything. When you start with them young, obviously there's more that can go wrong, and you've got to study pretty deep to get a comfortable call on him. I think this bull needs to go ahead and lead off in regards to his dimension, his body shape, the thickness that he represents. You study him in comparison to even a really nice calf that follows. He's broader topped, he's bigger hipped, he's square rumped, like his foot size, like the soft lower joints that he represents. I think just a very solid bull. If anything, maybe you could just tidy up his sheath ever so slightly, but I do think a solid choice to lead off in this class. Neat looking rascal that comes next. Clean frontage, strong topped, good shape, but could just be bolder and bulkier all the way through. I do read a cleaner sheath, but I read a kind of a shallower body cavity too, and so that's kind of the catch there. Is I do like the cleanliness of sheath. I wish it came with just a shot more depth. Next bull's big, long, and late maturing. Probably needs to come into his own just rib and body and mass-wise, but I do think still feet are good. Structure's appropriate. I think fits together nice. Young lady does a good job. This next bull's got a cool look. I wish it came with just a slightly softer rib cage, and hopefully that comes into maturity because his strength of lines is good. He's got a neat front end and a good hind leg. Just right there in his mid-body, he's a little tight. We wrap up with a bigger, later maturing bull that's probably just going to take more time to get where he's going. He's got a longer cannon, more height up off the ground, and so as he matures, hopefully he'll broaden and soften up just a touch. But we wrap up that class with still a very solid bull. Congratulations on a good class.
Results from Class 2. Exhibitor 109 in 5th, Cole Mobley. 4th, Exhibitor 105, Parker Dugan. In 3rd, Exhibitor 108, Emmy Dahlmeyer. Reserve Champion Class 2, Exhibitor 107, Kelsey Jones. And your Champion Class 2, Exhibitor 106, Casey Bruni. Now entering the ring will be Class 3. There's 5 entries. These bulls are born between January 1st and January 31st of 2026. Exhibitor 110, Aubrey Beveridge. Exhibitor 111, Peyton Lindeman. Exhibitor 113, Lexi Ballard. Exhibitor 114, Cale Tassin. And Exhibitor 115, Kaylee Beeson. Following this class will be the Division I drive. We need classes 6 and 7 to the makeup arena.
good class, and I thought 2 and 3 became pretty close in discussion, and I think you could justify going either direction. And to be frank, I think all these bulls are nice. There's just different stages in development, but I think the bull that leads off needs to, and there's probably more just mass and performance in him than everything else in this bunch, but he wins because he's the best bull, because his structure, his balance, his body shape, and his look all fit together really, really good. I think that bull's got a lot of utility going forward. The yellow dapper bull that comes next, I think you've got to study through. His color can kind of just hit you a little awkward at first, but he's built really nice. I mean, that's a strong-topped, good-fronted bull that's good-hipped. His structure's appropriate. I think he's got probably just a shade more topside power than some of the cattle that come on behind. It's still a stout, kind of a smooth bull that blends pieces together well, and so I thought he needed to go ahead and slide in second. If you like the bull in third, I think there's certainly reasons to. I think he's got a really good rear leg in terms of hock, pasturing, and foot. I think he gives you a nice look when he pulls it together, but then it also at times will be just a little low-fronted, just a little rounder in our rump structure. And so I think as that bull continues to figure out kind of the ring and get himself pulled together, I think that pair gets that much closer. If you want to switch the two, I think you can justify it. Really well put together bull that comes next. It's just outmassed a little bit. And so don't lose faith on this guy. Keep pushing, because I think when he gets to the maturity and the mass of some of the cattle ahead, his structure, his build, and balance will probably make that one even that much more competitive. As good looking of a bull in this class, it's just outmassed today, but good cattle. We wrap up with another bull that's just a little late maturing. I think a little more up off the ground, a little stretchier as he matures. Hopefully just body mass and thickness comes, but very correct, still quality to wrap up a competitive group. Congratulations.
Results for Class 3. Fifth, Exhibitor 111, Peyton Lindeman. In fourth, Exhibitor 110, Aubrey Beveridge. In third, Exhibitor 113, Lexi Ballard. Your reserve champion Class 3, Exhibitor 115, Kaylee Beeson. And your champion Class 3, Exhibitor 114, Kale Tassin. We'll give our exhibitors a minute to get back around to the entry gate, and we will start the Division 1 drive. Entering the ring will be the champion from Class 1. That's Exhibitor 100, Kaylee Beeson. Champion from Class 2, Exhibitor 106, Casey Bruni. And your champion from Class 3, Exhibitor 114, Kale Tassin. Your reserves for this division drive from Class 1, Exhibitor 101, Adley McQuistion. Your reserve from Class 2, Exhibitor 107, Kelsey Jones. And your reserve from Class 3, Exhibitor 115, Kaylee Beeson.
Start off with a good division. We've talked through this whole deal on the bull side as things are going to change as maturity and masculinity kicks in. And so you've got to do your best scientific guess and pick cattle that are constructed right and their skeleton have the rib and the framework to lay on the mass when testosterone kind of kicks in and gets to going. And I think we've got class winners that certainly, like I talked about, are built right. Their structure and their angles and everything is very, very solid. With that said, I think there's a bull that just puts it all together in regards to rib, muscle, mass, and look. And then I think it gets a little closer for reserve. The bull we're going to end up going with for reserve is just the one I like from a structure and a ruggedness standpoint. Good division, like I said. Young ladies Red Bull out of that last class will be your champion. Young ladies Bull out of the first class, go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Your Division I champion bred known bull comes out of Class 3, Exhibitor 114, Kale Tassin. And your Division I reserve champion bred known bull comes out of Class 1, Exhibitor 100, Kaylee Beeson. Now entering is Class 6. These are 3 entries. Bulls born December 1st to December 31st of 2025. Exhibitor 118, Olivia King. Exhibitor 119, Peyton Lindeman. And Exhibitor 120, Bridger Etheridge.
Nice class, 3 good bulls, yet still, I think this bull that leads off is really neat. You talk about packing on the substance and then still remaining really, really comfortable structurally. But by far the boldest, the broadest, the biggest top, biggest ended bull that's come through the ring, and yet still I think he fits together good. His length of stride and level of comfort's good. Like I said, I think that's just a good bull. Young man does a good job. The next 2 bulls are both just a little more juvenile in comparison to the one that leads off, but I do think there's just a shade more flesh and smoothness in the one that we end up sliding in second. That's a bigger framed bull that's probably just a little later maturing, and so we don't have the depth of body and maybe the middle that you find in that first bull, but I like our look and our outline is certainly quality. Young man, you got a nice bull. He really is just a little behind the other ones, but I think head quality is good. Structure and the way we're built in our feet and legs is very proportional. We just need to lay on some flesh, broaden that guy up down his top, but I do think very correct structured. Young man does a nice job.
Results for Class 6. Third, Exhibitor 119, Peyton Lindeman. Reserve Champion Class 6, Exhibitor 118, Olivia King. And your champion Class 6, Exhibitor 120, Bridger Etheridge. Now entering the ring will be Class 7, 7 entries, bulls born November 1st to November 30th of 2025. Now entering Exhibitor 121, Olivia King. Exhibitor 122, Peyton Lindeman. Exhibitor 123, Haley Rudloff. Exhibitor 164, Peyton Lindeman. Exhibitor 124, Harper Rutledge. Exhibitor 125, Lane Seal. And Exhibitor 126, Kale Jadlika.
interesting class and lots of challenge, and I think you could justify doing quite a few things. There's cattle that ended up further down that if you prioritize depth of body and smoothness, they may move up further. I prioritize probably shape just a touch more, and so we kind of shook it around a little bit. But the one that leads off, I think for starters, is probably just a shade more mature. That helps from a flesh, a middle, a body mass standpoint. But still, I think that's a broad, bold, powerful bull that's got plenty of dimension. I think structure checks out. I think just a very, very solid bull to lead off. We're maybe just a little splayed out there up front in terms of our front feet, but that's a small, small detail on a bull that's just very, very solid. Like I said, I like his body depth and the fact that he's still that clean and tight in his sheath. Tons of future in this next bull, and if he kind of show and not set back and roach up in his back, I think he could win the class, because when he gets his top settled in, I love his rear leg. I like his front end design. I think he's got tremendous quality, but you get him out here and study him in this lineup, and we'll get just a little bunched up or sucked back, and he'll look a little off right behind his shoulder and high in his loin. And so just want to smooth that up, but I think a bull with tremendous quality. Love the look and the shape of this next bull. I wish it came just with a shot more depth. That probably comes with maturity. We'll just see how it plays out. But clean frontage, strong top, big top, good-legged bull. I just want to see him softer and a little smoother. But like I said, I still favored that kind over maybe some that are a little deeper and flatter. This next bull's green, but I think that the foundational pieces are there. We've got good structural angles. We've got honest shape and top and hip. So I used a bull that was maybe a little smaller and outperformed by some to gain his advantage in shape. These next two bulls are very similar to me, and they're the bulls that I've kind of been talking about. If you say those bulls are deeper, smoother, and they're still sound, you can use them to go ahead and beat some of those leaner, trimmer bulls up top. To me, I just didn't think they were quite as opened up or as quite as powerful. Bull here's maybe just a little monkey mouth. Next bull's just a little longer sheath, but I like the practicality and the productivity built into him. We wrap up with a big, high-performing bull that's got growth and red meat. I want to clean his sheath up, and that's probably the biggest thing. He's a little loose there underneath, and then still, I don't know if he's just quite as powerful as he leaves you, but I do see the substance advantage and the extra mass.
Results of Class 7. 7th, Exhibitor 125, Lane Seal. 6th, Exhibitor 121, Olivia King. 5th, Exhibitor 124, Harper Rutledge. 4th, Exhibitor 122, Peyton Linneman. 3rd, Exhibitor 164, Peyton Linneman. And your reserve champion Class 7, Exhibitor 126, Kel Jadlika. And your champion Class 7, Exhibitor 123, Haley Rudloff. Now entering the ring is Class 8, 5 entries. These are bulls born September 1st, October 31st of 25. Exhibitor 127, Levi Heffron. Exhibitor 129, Valentina Barrera. Exhibitor 130, Natalie Harden. Exhibitor 131, Abigail Williamson. And Exhibitor 132, Taylor Drinkwine.
good class. And I guess we're starting to get to the point where some of these are turning into mature herd bulls are starting to kind of develop, and then we've got cattle a little further down the lineup that I think are just a little later maturing, and they're maybe not quite there yet. Bull that leads off, rugged, masculine, loose structured, lots of dimension. I still think everything fits in proportion. Good bull. I'd clean up his sheath just a touch in a perfect world, but outside of that, I think he needs to go ahead and win this class pretty quickly, in my opinion. The lighter colored bull that comes next, I like just the genuineness and the stoutness that guy represents. Big structured, bold sprung, big top, lots of hip. If you call that bull just a little rounder built, I think you can beat him and slide him further down in the class. But I thought just honest, sized right, shaped good, just a good solid bull there. Big, long, high-performance bull that comes next. And so we project him on. He's probably going to end up being a pretty sizable, mature bull. And so I don't tell you what size they need to be, but I do think he's starting to get a little up there from a frame size standpoint. I'd clean that bull's sheath up just a touch, but I really like strength of lines, shape, attractive look that he represents. Nice bull to go third. Young lady's a hammer. I tell you what, she was in control. That bull tried to run off. Not only did she hold on to him, but she was directing traffic on the way, and so I think she does a fantastic job. And that bull's just a little juvenile. Needs a little more time to mature, develop some crest and some dimension. But good kind of bull that's solid-footed and sound. Same thing with this last bull, a little bit outperformed and outmassed. And so I appreciate just the honesty of that one comes to us in terms of condition. We're still fresh and youthful, but kind of works to his disadvantage a little bit as there's just not quite as much bull there as there is in some a little further up. Good quality livestock, wraps up a tough class.
Results of Class 8. Fifth, Exhibitor 127, Levi Heffron. Fourth, Exhibitor 131, Abigail Williamson. Third, Exhibitor 130, Natalie Harden. Your reserve champion, Class 8, Exhibitor 129, Valentina Barrera. And your champion, Class 8, Exhibitor 132, Taylor Drinkwine. Now entering the ring is Class 9, 4 entries. These bulls are born July 1st through August 31st of 2025. Exhibitor 133, Avery Pearson. Exhibitor 134, Avery Pearson. Exhibitor 135, Peyton Williams. And Exhibitor 136, Walker Jones.
good competitive class, lots of differences. The bull that leads off, in my opinion, I think just combines the most good. He's got good rib cage. He's got enough muscle. His feet are shaped right. He travels good. Got an attractive quality look about him. To me, I think he comes to the top pretty quick amongst this bunch. So young lady does a really, really good job, and that is a good bull. A bigger, later maturing, kind of a raw bone bull. I like his framework. I think we need to lay more flesh and more mass over it. But we talk differences. I think his sheath's tidier than the next two. I think his angles and joint work are put in him just a little more solid, and so I think he's got the framework to build upon. Next bull, his sheath's a little long, and more importantly, he'll let his prepuce hang out just a touch. I'd give him a shot more bone, but I do think he's more moderate and a little softer than the next bull. Young man's white-footed bull that's walking out there. Need to clean up his sheath just a touch, maybe drop him down a frame score too, but good quality cattle all the way through this group. Congratulations.
Results for Class 9. Fourth, Exhibitor 136, Walker Jones. Third, Exhibitor 135, Peyton Williams. Reserve Champion Class 9, Exhibitor 134, Avery Pearson. And Champion Class 9, Exhibitor 133, Avery Pearson. We'll let our exhibitors get around to the entry gate, and we will have the Division 2 drive. Division 2 drive now entering the ring. Champion from Class 6, Exhibitor 120, Bridger Etheridge. Your champion from Class 7, Exhibitor 123, Haley Redloff. Your champion from Class 8, Exhibitor 132, Taylor Drinkwine. Your champion from Class 9, Exhibitor 133, Avery Pearson. Your reserve champions for Division 2. Reserve champion from Class 6, Exhibitor 118, Olivia King. Your reserve champion from Class 7, Exhibitor 126, Kale Jadlika. Your reserve champion from Class 8, Exhibitor 130, Natalie Harden. And your reserve champion from Class 9, Exhibitor 134, Avery Pearson.
another competitive division with challenge to work through kind of in each one of these classes. And we get back out in the drive, and I probably spent just a little bit of time studying, and you're probably wondering, well, I wonder what he's thinking. And I'm thinking, where do I go for reserve out here? I think that there is a really, really strong bull in this group, and then I think there's a lot of very competitive bulls. And the bull we're going to end up going with for reserves, a little longer toed, a little longer sheath, but I think he comes the closest in regards to matching the dimension, the ruggedness, the quality we find in our champion bull. So solid division. Young men's bull out of the first class will be your champion. Congratulations to him.
Your Division II champion bred known bull comes out of Class 6, Exhibitor 120, Bridger Etheridge. And your Division II reserve champion bred known bull comes out of Class 8, Exhibitor 132, Taylor Drinkwine. Entering the ring will be Class 12. These are 11 entries. Bulls born May 1st to June 30th of 2025. Exhibitor 138, Riley Denman. Exhibitor 139, Valeria Martinez. Exhibitor 140, Addison Morgan. Exhibitor 141, Santiago Garza. Exhibitor 142, Madeline Womack. Exhibitor 143, Casey Connor. Exhibitor 144, Alejandro Arce. Exhibitor 146, Lila Mooneyham. Exhibitor 147, Santiago Garza. Exhibitor 148, Drake Johnson. And Exhibitor 149, Noah Mullins.
class. Big class, but definitely the deepest class that we've had so far. And I think this top pair is fun to study at the end of the day when we talk about putting them together with the right kind of lines, the right kind of build and silhouette. I think that the Black Bull is just more my speed. I think the way his neck ties, the strength in his spine, the length of his rump, and the way he sets his hind leg to the surface is all very correct, very attractive. I think built the way I like him in terms of profile, and still, I think he's a good-shaped bull that's got some hip and some thickness when you get in around behind him. He is just overwhelmingly robust like the one that comes in second? No, he's not. And so if you wanted to just go with which bull's the biggest, the boldest, the stoutest, I think this guy is certainly that, a scale smasher that's going to add body mass and dimension. When young man gets him pulled together, because he's a heck of a stick, he can kind of hide the fact that we're just a little weaker right in behind our shoulder. We're just a little lower in our pin placement. And so trying to get that bull's lines together is a little more of a challenge, but he dang sure does a good job of it. That's a tough pair, probably the closest pair we've had today. Solid bull that ran into a tough class. Out here, he's probably outmassed and outperformed by the one directly in front. You compare that one back to our class winner. I didn't think we used our rear leg quite as attractively in motion. He's got a little extra set to his hock. Get a little awkward, but I still think an attractive bull that's shaped right and has tons and tons of quality. I like the honesty of this next bull. He comes to you in a really good rig in regards to, looks like he could go out and work. I mean, he's not overly fat. He's got a big top, lots of dimension. We're a little cut up back in our flank. Big thing, we'll round out of our hip and read just a little low in our pin placement, but love the masculinity, love the body dimension and shape. I'd click this bull a frame score smaller. And I think he gets along even better because at times he'll look a little tall, a little leggy, and his sheath is maybe just a little long. But then there's other times where that bull looks stout and really cool looking. And so I would just maybe frame him down a touch and soften him up. But I think that's a really good breeding piece. Smooth, moderate, completely opposite on this next bull. I think that bull will moderate a cow base, add some body and some flesh. Probably not as much shape, definitely not quite as much look, but still good cattle. And we continue on. The Black Bull is a little bit of a knucklehead, and I think that's probably his biggest demise. Didn't really get just the best look of him out here. Maybe he's just not quite as massive as some, but it's hard to tell just the way he wanted to behave. The Black Bull that comes next, deep, smooth, and sound, needs more shape. We wrap up with the trio bulls that are just a little more immature, just a little behind in terms of performance and flesh. Good class, though. Congratulations. Heck of a top pair.
Results for Class 12. In 11th, Exhibitor 140, Addison Morgan. In 10th, Exhibitor 143, Casey Connor. In 9th, Exhibitor 139, Valeria Martinez. 8th, Exhibitor 148, Drake Johnson. 7th, Exhibitor 146, Lila Mooneyham. 6th, Exhibitor 138, Riley Denman. 5th, Exhibitor 144, Alejandro Arce. 4th, Exhibitor 147, Santiago Garza. 3rd, Exhibitor 142, Madeline Womack. Your reserve champion, Class 12, was Exhibitor 149, Noah Mullins. And champion, Class 12, Exhibitor 141, Santiago Garza. Now entering the ring will be Class 13, 3 entries, March 1st to April 30th of 2025 bulls. Exhibitor 152, Sophia Garza. Exhibitor 153, Keely Dahlmeyer, and Exhibitor 154, Lexus Williamson.
class in just 3. We're going to leave them in the order they come to us, or at least the order they're stacked in here now. And lead off with young ladies bull. I think he's just so rugged and masculine and robust. I like the power that he represents in his rib and his shape, his dimension behind there. And then still, I think he travels good enough. At times, he'll get just a little sluggish. I wish he'd catch another gear and get to going. Those big bulls can get that way. But I love his masculinity. I love his body dimension and his shape. From the side, I think this bull kind of matches his depth, his smoothness. I think this bull takes a long stride. You get into him, I didn't think we were as broad-topped or as big-hipped as the bull that walks out directly in front of us, but I still think a good kind of cattle that can complement a wide variety of kind of a cow base. And the young lady that wraps this group up, and I'll stand by my statement earlier from today, she's an absolute hammer and tough as nails, and this bull is just not getting it done today. He's probably reflects his nervousness, maybe just in terms of condition. He could probably have just a shot more flesh and mass. That young lady handled his attitude very, very well, and so my compliments to her. Good class. Congratulations.
Results for Class 13 and third, Exhibitor 154, Lexus Williamson. Reserve Champion Class 13, Exhibitor 153, Keely Keely Dahlmeyer. And your champion, so let me do that over. Third, Exhibitor 154, Lexus Williamson. Reserve Champion Class 13, Exhibitor 153, Keely Dahlmeyer. And your champion Class 13, Exhibitor 152, Sophia Garza. Now entering the ring, Class 14, 5 entries. Bulls born January 1st to February 28th of 2025. Exhibitor 155, Megan Ruther. Exhibitor 157, Presley Ballard. Exhibitor 158, Kaylee Beeson. Exhibitor 159, Kale Tassin. And Exhibitor 160, Maverick Manuel. Following this class, we'll have the Division III drive, followed by 2 more classes and Division IV drive.
interesting top trio. I do think the longer you study, just kind of trying to put the whole package together, the bull that leads off needs to do so. He's got kind of the features you find in both of the bulls that follow. He's a little more moderate, a little softer, a little stronger top than the bull in second. He's a little looser, freer going, and better in the way he uses his hip and hind leg than the bull that's in third. And so well-balanced, masculine, quality bull that still gets out and travels good. Just a very, very solid bull to lead off in this class. The yellow bull gets a little washy right in behind his top. I wish we could just keep his spine, his hip, and his tail head all collected in motion, but he has a really, really good set of feet and legs. His shoulder shape, length of hip, he gets out and he handles it good. For as massive and as performance-driven as that bull is, he still, I think, in that pair has the advantage in length of stride and level of comfort in motion. Standing still, I think this bull goes second. Masculine, clean-fronted, strong-topped, good shape. He could probably be just a little softer rear rib and flank, but that's not really necessarily what bothers me. Get him in motion. He's a little shallow-heeled. He'll outstep his body wall and get just a shade wide going away, but that's still a really good bull that wins a lot of classes that we've had further on today. And so my compliments, that young lady does a good job. Another nice bull, smooth, correct, quality bull that gets outmassed by those first three just in regards to genuine width and shape. But as far as functionality and fundamentals, very solid bull. We wrap up with kind of a similar deal. A bigger outline, longer-bodied bull if you're trying to add some stretch and some grow and extension. I think he can definitely do that. He's probably the shallower flanked bull of this bunch. He'll go away just a shade narrow, but good cattle, quality top pair. Congratulations.
Results for Class 14 and 5th, Exhibitor 160, Maverick Manuel. At 4th, Exhibitor 155, Megan Ruther. 3rd, Exhibitor 157, Presley Ballard. Your reserve champion, Class 14, Exhibitor 158, Kaylee Beeson. And your champion, Class 14, Exhibitor 159, Kale Tassin. We'll allow exhibitors to get back around to the entry gate, and we will have our Division 3 drive. Entering the ring for the drive, champion out of Class 12, Exhibitor 141, Santiago Garza. Champion out of Class 13, Exhibitor 152, Sofia Garza. And your champion out of Class 14, Exhibitor 159, Kale Tassin. Your reserves for the drive, reserve out of Class 12, Exhibitor 149, Noah Mullins. Reserve champion out of Class 13, Exhibitor 153, Keely Dahlmeyer. And your reserve out of Class 14, Exhibitor 158, Kaylee Beeson.
Wrap up another really solid division and probably my favorite lineup that we've had so far, just in terms of both cattle I like an awful lot. And I can see a guy turning out and depending on your cow base, I think these bulls will perform differently. But I think there's pieces in each one of these bulls that a guy trying to raise them could reach out and use and successfully make their operation better. And so my compliments to y'all. We try and total this up and find the best answer, and I think there's a bull amongst this group that just kind of puts it all together the best. The bull that I like the second best probably is a little different of a body type, but one that I really like in regards to the way they're built skeletally, the way they're patterned. And so fun division. The young ladies, Blaze Face Bull out of that last class will be your champion. Young man's Black Bull out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Division 3 champion bred known bull comes out of class 14, exhibitor 159, Cale Tassin. And your Division 3 reserve champion bred known bull comes out of class 12, exhibitor 141, Santiago Garza. Now entering the ring will be class 17, 2 entries, bulls born November 1st to December 31st of 24. Exhibitor 162, Daniel Flores, and exhibitor 163, Ella Taylor.
Good pair of bulls, but completely different types. I like the composition, the genuineness of the bull that leads off, and I'll counter that I realize he's not as framey. He probably doesn't handle his rear leg quite as comfortably, but you get in and watch those cattle travel away. I do think he's got more hip, more stifle, more genuine base width. I do think that bull also is just a little leaner composition, and so I think that in tandem is probably where we go. I really like the running gear this next bull. He's deep, he's smooth, he's sound. I watch him go away, and I see just a little more fat there around his tail head. He'll close up in his base, and so it makes you wonder just how much of that mass that you see is maybe a little extra cover, and so I just lean him up a touch. But that's a good bull, a really good competitive pair. Congratulations.
Results for class 17. Reserve champion class 17, exhibitor 163, Ella Taylor, and your champion class 17, exhibitor 162, Daniel Flores. Finish up with our last class of the day, followed by the Division 4 drive, followed by the overall drive. Entering the ring, Class 18, 3 entries. These are bulls born September 1st, October 31st of 2024. Exhibitor 166, Daniel Flores. Exhibitor 167, Cannon Cobb. And Exhibitor 168, Taylor Drinkwine.
Nice lineup. Three kind of different types of bulls, and the bull that wraps up, I think there's value in turning him out and using him. He's different than these other two. We went with, I thought, a pair of bulls that were just a little sounder, a little deeper, a little smoother. I thought the bull that leads off hooks everything up together good. I think he's connected in his spine. He's got a long, level hip. He's got a good rear leg set, and he uses it well. You get into him, and I'd probably give him just a little flare there in his stifle and just open him up out of his hip just a touch going away. Shape would probably be where you could improve him, but body depth, smoothness, looseness, the structure on that bull is really nice. This next bull I like the masculinity of. I think he's got the advantage within that pair in regards to shape. Like the bull walking out ahead, I do think he's deep-sided and smooth. We're just a little awkward in the way we're built out of our rear structure in comparison to that one that leads off. He'll get a little stretched out and get a little slacker top. We wrap up with a masculine, shapely, probably a more expressive type of muscle pattern and body. You get into him, I thought he was just the straightest in his structure. I want to set his knee back. His pasterns are a little tight, but I do think he can add some look and shape.
Results from Class 18. First place, Cannon Cobb. Second place, Taylor Drinkwine. Third place, Daniel Flores. Entering the arena now is Division 4. First place, Class 17, Daniel Flores. First place, Class 18, Cannon Cobb. In contention for reserves are second place, Class 17, Ella Taylor, and second place, Class 18, Taylor Drinkwine.
Due to tattoo issues, the Class 18 first and second, so your champion and reserve champion from Class 18 will be your champion and reserve champion of Division 4. So your Division 4 champion Bred Known Bull will be exhibitor 167 Cannon Cobb, and your Division 4 reserve champion will be exhibitor 168 Taylor Drinkwine. Now entering the ring will be the overall drive. Your champion from Division 1, from Class 3, exhibitor 114, Cale Tassin. Your Division II champion entering the ring, Class 6, Exhibitor 120, Bridger Etheridge. Your Division III champion from Class 14, Exhibitor 159, Cale Tassin. And your Division IV champion, Exhibitor 167 from Class 18, Cannon Cobb. Reserves entering. Your Division I Reserve champion comes out of Class 1, Exhibitor 100, Kaylee Beeson. Your Division II Reserve champion comes out of Class 8, Exhibitor 132, Taylor Drinkwine. Your Division III Reserve champion comes out of Class 12, Exhibitor 141, Santiago Garza. And your Division IV Reserve champion comes out of Class 18, Exhibitor 168, Taylor Drinkwine.
Well, we wrap up what's been a fun day and still got 7 hours worth of drive to get back south. And so I'll be brief, but I will tell you that I appreciate the opportunity and I've enjoyed working with your young folks. And I can relate to exactly what y'all are going through. I started in a junior program just the same, and I want you to know that no matter where you ended up today or tomorrow or how this week goes, in reality, there's so much more to the value that you get out of being a member of a junior breed association. I think Lance would echo the same. The leadership contest, the friendships you built, the connections that carry you further in life. I don't think that there's a better opportunity to put your kids, A, in front of people that are going to teach them the right way to do things, but B, to be competitive and learn how to win and lose with class. And so I hope some of y'all can work on that as you kind of move on and head home. Is remember that there's always another one of these. And even if this is your senior year or you're 21, right, you can come back and support. But continue to give back to these breed associations. This is the catalyst, especially the Bred known side, is the catalyst that pushes these young breeders into adult members. And after all, at the end of the day, as a Beefmaster breed, that should be what y'all are after. We get them back out here. I think there's a pair of bulls that I absolutely love. I think they do a lot of the similar things in regard to quality, and yet still I think they're both unique in their own kind of special way. With that said, I think there's a bull out here that if I was raising Beefmaster cattle, I would be on the waiting list to maybe get some semen, because I think he's dang nice. A very, very good one to follow. And so I'll put down the mic and show you the cattle I like the best. If you would, give these kids one last round of applause as we finish up our day.
Your overall champion Bred known bull comes out of Division II, Class 6, Exhibitor 120, Bridger Etheridge. And your overall reserve champion Bred known bull comes out of Division I, Class 3, Exhibitor 114, Cale Tassin. If we could just take a minute and please give Mr. Keaton Dodd, our judge, a round of applause for taking the time to come here and judge our cattle today for our Bred, Known Bull, and Heifer show. Thank you, Mr. Dodd.